I'd like to say that some men are just creeps, but honestly some people in general are just creeps as well. When my husband was out of town for his job, I decided to have a garage sale with my mom and 2 sisters. We all lived relatively close, so we just had the yard sale at my house since I had a really big front yard. None of us were selling anything that was really that exciting, just a bunch of extra stuff that we had all collected over the years. About an hour into the sale, a normal-looking guy approached me and didn't have anything in his hands to buy. I asked if I could help him, to which he replied in this sort of calm voice saying, "No." The interaction was weird but seemed harmless. I dismissed it somehow. I can't remember exactly what I said and walked away. Not 2 minutes later, the man approached me again. I had my back turned to him, but I could feel him walking up behind me. Instead of turning and saying anything, the man said, "Hello, dear. You have the most amazing eyes." I turned and gave the guy this half smile as I thanked him, and I continued to walk around just trying to distance myself from this creep. I sort of felt bad for a minute because what if this guy was just genuinely trying to be nice and I was being as cold as can be? When he approached me the 3rd time, he had some shirts or something in his hands, and he says, "I'm sorry I was so blunt earlier. I hope I didn't offend you." I smiled and apologized for my cold demeanor, and I told him that it was all right and that I didn't mind the compliment. That was my mistake. I gave the guy an inch and he took a mile, and he immediately said, "Oh, okay, good. Well, we should go out sometime." I was pretty floored by the statement, and I told him that I was married and I wasn't interested. He then started to beg me, saying things like, "Forget about your husband. I'm a real man." And my personal favorite, "What even is marriage? It's just a fancy word." Now I was angry and annoyed, and I told the man that he needed to leave right now. He got angry and upset and tried to play this victim card, but he left after a minute or 2. About an hour later, a pretty woman came up to me with a huge smile on her face saying, "Hello, dear. You have the most amazing eyes." I looked at her with a little disgust because she said exactly what the other guy said no more than an hour earlier. I thanked her, and after an awkward pause, I asked if she needed any help, and she just continued to look at me and said, "You really are beautiful. I think you should forget about your husband and let me and Zachary come over." Well, this told me 2 things right away. 1, this woman was with the creep from earlier, and 2, that creep's name is Zach. I won't write exactly what I said, but let's just say that I said some not so nice words to the woman. She left, and the rest of the afternoon went by with no issues. I felt like I was looking over my shoulder every 2 seconds, though. Every time someone cleared their throat or something like that, I thought Zachary or his female companion were behind me. My sisters and I cleaned everything up, and I ended up going to one of my sister's houses for dinner. I had a bad feeling, and I just felt more comfortable with being with them since my husband wasn't home. We ended up having a classic night together, a night we sisters hadn't shared in a long time. We drank a bottle of wine, or maybe 2, I can't remember, and just laughed all night long. At around midnight, my sister asked her husband to drive me home since he hadn't drank anything, and I wasn't in the right mind to drive my own car. The drive was only about 3 minutes from driveway to driveway, and if we had left 30 seconds later, my night may have ended much differently. As we were driving down the road, my brother-in-law said, "What? Is someone home at your house?" I sat up in my seat and noticed that the garage door was open. Not the overhead door, but the normal one. The garage had a normal door that I kept locked 99% of the time. He pulled to the bottom of the driveway but told me not to get out yet. We couldn't have been sitting for more than 10 seconds when all of a sudden a light on the inside of the house turned on. The bright light in the living room was illuminating the front of the house. I didn't take any chances. I immediately called the police, and my brother-in-law stayed right with me until they showed up. It took about 5 minutes for them to show up, and during that time, we watched these intruders turn on every single light in the house. When the cops finally did come, they must have seen the flashing lights because they ran out of the garage door as fast as they could. 2 officers chased them, and another officer came over to talk to me. A few minutes passed, and the cops came back, and they were unsuccessful in their foot chase. When they ran out of the house, it was easy to see that the 2 intruders were the woman from earlier, and that creep as well. I told the cops everything I could think of with their descriptions. I went inside with my brother-in-law, and they didn't take anything. All they did was smash our wedding picture, and that was it. Everything else seemed untouched, which made this all the more confusing. I had no idea who these people were or what they wanted from me. I slept at my sister's house until my husband came home from his trip, and the next day I installed several cameras around the house. Thankfully, those 2 never came back, and I truly hope that whatever they wanted that evening remains a mystery for the foreseeable future. Patapsco State Park used to be one of my favorite places in the entire world. I grew up just outside of Baltimore in a place called Woodlawn. Some of you might recognize that name, but probably not for the best of reasons. I went to Woodlawn High School, same one that Adnan Syed and Haimin Lee went to, and the same one made infamous in the podcast Serial. For those of you not in the know, Serial was probably the first big true crime podcast, and it told the story of how Adnan supposedly murdered Haimin, who was his girlfriend at the time she was killed. It cast a long shadow over Woodlawn, and Baltimore's reputation had been in the toilet ever since The Wire came out during my final year of middle school. I used to love both places, and I spent what's probably an embarrassing amount of time defending both in various online game lobbies. But then came the day when I was no longer able to defend Baltimore or the wider county, and that just so happened to be the day that I decided never to visit Patapsco State Park ever again. My girl and I decided to visit during the summer of 2014, as Patapsco has a ton of different places to camp that came with their own table and fire ring. I'd spent almost my entire life hiking and camping around that park, hence why it was one of my favorite places, and that also meant that I knew the place like the back of my hand. Like how I knew one of the most secluded and picturesque places to hike was between the river and the train tracks. You had this stretch of barely trodden trail right there next to the river, and provided a train didn't roll past every so often, you might think it was a scene from a fairy story or something. Which is obviously why I was so excited on showing my girlfriend at the time, because I figured if I thought it was pretty, she would go absolutely nuts over it, you know? Anyway, we drive out to Patapsco, found ourselves a free campsite, then once we were all set up, we crossed the train tracks and started heading for the river. We're about 10 to 15 minutes into the hike. My girlfriend is absolutely loving the river and was taking all kinds of pictures on her phone when suddenly we heard voices from somewhere on the other side of the water. The river isn't all that wide, but since it was summer and all the trees and bushes were in bloom, we couldn't see who it was until someone suddenly burst out from the bushes and ran into the river. They looked scared, and as they were running, their foot must have caught on a rock or something because they suddenly just splashed down into the water in what looked like a pretty nasty fall. I was about ready to jog up the bank a little to see if the guy was okay and if he wanted any help. But then, right as I was about to take off, he stands up, turns around, and yells out, "No, please no." And the next thing we hear is bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots. Then the guy fell backwards into the river again. It was all over in a matter of seconds. We heard the voices, saw the guy fall, then he stood up and he was dead. But I swear I don't think his back had even touched the water before my girlfriend and I took off running. The split second we heard those shots, it was just a complete 180. Not in terms of the direction we ran either. Everything was turned on its head. One minute I was the happiest I'd been for many, many months, and the next, we were quite literally running for our lives. I mean, I know it wasn't us getting shot at, but I figured if someone was willing to do that, they probably didn't want any witnesses to it either. I think the thing that really sticks with me was how I didn't run as fast as I could have. The whole time my girlfriend and I were running, I was trying to keep my body between her and the shooter, thinking something like, if anyone was going to get hit, I wanted it to be me and not her. I'm not saying that to sound heroic. It was purely out of instinct. I just remember the skin-crawling sensation that came with it, though. Slowing myself down when I wanted to sprint off through the trees, all while hoping that I didn't get shot, and then hoping that if I did get shot, the bullet wouldn't go through me and hit my girlfriend, too. She was amazing, by the way. She ran like the wind and stayed as quiet as possible, and she didn't even start to slow down until we were safely back across the tracks. Without a shadow of a doubt, those were the most terrifying few minutes of my entire life. If it was just me on my own, or maybe me with like a guy friend, it would have been scary all the same. But with it being my girlfriend with me, for some reason that made it all the more terrifying. I guess there was just that natural instinct to protect her, but at the same time, I knew that if push came to shove, I wouldn't be able to protect her from a guy with a gun, especially if that person wanted to do us harm. The best I could do was try to shield her, and I'm proud of myself for doing that, but it still made for a terrifying few minutes. We ended up getting out of there safely, and we called the cops as soon as we were able, but I don't know anything about the person who got shot, and as far as I know, their killer has never been caught. My name is Shivani, and I'm writing to you all the way from Delhi in India. I've been watching your videos and listening to your podcast for a long time now, partly as a way of improving my colloquial English, but I've only recently felt able to contribute. You see, I have my own scary story to share, one that details an event which I saw with my own eyes. This story could have just as easily been written by my friend who acts as my story's deuteragonist, but it would be very insensitive of me to ask her to dredge up a terrible, painful memory for the entertainment of others. So instead, and might I make it clear with her blessing, I will tell the story of my friend. My best friend since primary school is a girl that I'll call Geeta, for the sake of her anonymity. Geeta and I lived right across the street from one another, but we didn't become friends until our 5th year of primary. Then after that, we were practically inseparable. We remained the best of friends all the way through secondary and higher secondary school, which is the equivalent of middle school and high school in the United States, meaning I was privy to almost every detail of Geeta's personal life and vice versa. And that's how I ended up being one of the only people who knew Geeta had a secret boyfriend. So depending upon which strata of Indian society you occupy, attitudes to dating range from relatively lax to exceptionally strict. Even the most chilled out of Indian parents tend to be quite involved in their children's romantic lives, in a way that American teenagers simply would not tolerate. It's just a fact of life over here, something we learn to live with, but then living with it often involves keeping our dating lives a complete secret from our parents. You can't approach our mothers or fathers for dating advice. Some of us can't even approach our siblings. We have no one to turn to but our closest of close friends, who often don't have much experience from which to offer advice, and that often leads to poor judgment and bad decision-making when it comes to potential partners. So in the final year of higher secondary, Geeta had been seeing this guy on and off, but had never fully committed to doing the whole girlfriend-boyfriend thing. She knew that giving herself over to a romantic affair would be a distraction from her studies, so they kept things casual, with the exception of spending a lot more time together once the exam period had concluded. But then, when summer came around, and Geeta actually started to spend time with this boy, she found that he wasn't nearly as charming and gentlemanly as he had been while they had just been texting and visiting in secret. They had both expected to see each other a lot more, but Geeta's boyfriend expected a lot more too, things Geeta wasn't quite ready for. He insisted, but she refused, and after having a particularly intense disagreement over it, Geeta decided that she was done with him. She told him via text message, and he didn't take it well at all. Geeta told me that she'd called her phone carrier to have his number blocked, but then he started calling and texting from his friends' phones. He refused to leave her alone. He just couldn't do anything overtly because of how much trouble it would have caused between their two families. She confided this whole thing to me at the time, and I just remember feeling terribly sorry for her. She'd been so excited about this guy, and I'd be a liar if I'd said that I hadn't been the tiniest bit envious whenever she talked about him. So for him to turn out to be a total disappointment, then act like such a child when she tried to break it off, I just felt awful for her. This went on for a few weeks, with Geeta's ex being a total pain in the neck for her. Then one day, he simply gave up. He stopped trying to call her, he stopped texting her, and when he ceased all forms of contact for a full 3 days, Geeta and I started to believe that he'd finally moved on. Then one day, one of Geeta's ex-friends came looking for her to ask if she'd seen him over the past couple of days. She obviously hadn't, but her ex's friend looked very concerned and asked if she could give him a call to see where he was. Geeta actually considers it too before she realized it was probably little more than a trick. Her ex had co-opted his friends in more than one scheme, so why would this be any different? She didn't call him or text him. He wasn't her responsibility, and even if he had run away and was off doing something stupid, it wasn't her problem. I know that sounds harsh, but emotional blackmail is a very under-discussed form of abuse, and it occurs between all kinds of people, not just couples, or former couples in this case. I said the same myself. Even if he is hiding away somewhere, drinking himself into a stupor and focusing on taking his own life, she can't intervene. Otherwise, he'll learn that all he has to do to get her attention is go back to some self-destructive spiral and terrify everyone into compliance. I know that sounds very deep for two 17-year-olds in their first relationship, but it's as true for teenagers as it is for the elderly. Age isn't a factor. So after that visit from her ex's friends, Geeta tried to carry on as normal, and resisted the temptation to call her ex, even if it was just to tell him what a jerk he was being. Then one night, months later, just after 2 o'clock in the morning on the 15th of February, literally the day after Valentine's Day, myself and just about all my neighbors were woken up by shouting coming from outside in the street. I remember hearing it and at first thinking that it was just a drunk or something, but then when I lay my head back down, I heard my friend's name. "Geeta!" They were calling out, over and over again. I'd like to say that I immediately knew who it was, but I think it was a mix of sleepiness and wishful thinking that had me hoping and wishing that it wasn't Geeta's ex-boyfriend. But it was, and my heart sank when I came to that realization. Geeta's ex was about to cause a hell of a lot of trouble for Geeta, himself, and both of their families, and all because he'd had too much to drink and decided he'd missed her. I know that might sound not all that terrible, just a little bit of teenage angst relationship drama that everyone would either be laughing or cringing about in a few years, but looking back on it, that actually would have been one of the best-case scenarios, and I don't think I could have conceived of how terrible things were about to get. "Geeta," he kept screaming out, "come to your window, please, I need to talk to you." He didn't know Geeta's bedroom was at the back of the house, and when the window opened up, it was her mother and father standing there, each looking absolutely livid. They started yelling at Geeta's ex, telling him to go away and calling him some drunk. Everyone could see the bottle in his hand, and it was a large green beer bottle, too, so there was no confusing it with anything else. I could see Geeta's ex, and I could kind of see the window her mother and father were standing at, but I had a much better view of the ex than Geeta's house. So I didn't see Geeta, but from the way her ex started to behave, I had to assume that she appeared in the window for a moment because her ex went from trying to get her attention to actually talking to her directly, saying, "No, wait, Geeta, listen to me, Geeta," and just other such things. It was all just so embarrassing for him, for everyone involved, for everyone watching. But then his speech took a very drastic turn. Geeta's ex said something like, "Always know that you did this. This is all your fault." And then he suddenly turned the beer bottle of what I thought was alcohol upside down over his head. I just remember thinking, oh no, please no, hoping and praying it was just a way to get her attention. It was exactly that, I suppose. A way of getting her attention, but it was the last thing he would ever do. I didn't see it in detail, but I saw him empty the bottle over himself. Then a second later, there was this sort of whoosh of flame that I'd heard from all the way across the street. And then there was screaming. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to see, I didn't want to hear. I just jumped back into bed, covered myself over, and stuffed my fingertips into my ears to try and block out all the sounds. Even though I only heard it for a few moments, hearing the sound of someone burning to death was the single worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. The hour that followed is a little bit of a blur. I remember my mother coming into my room, then my father drawing the curtains and telling us both to go into the back bedroom. I was crying, trying to tell my mother what had happened, but not able to find the words. But I didn't have to, because they knew they'd seen the Human Torch outside, writhing around in the street on fire. Geeta's ex later passed from these self-inflicted injuries, and everyone who heard the screams remained haunted by them for a very long time. Geeta herself didn't recommence dating until she was in her mid-20s, and I don't blame her for taking so long to get back on her feet, so to speak. That boy had traumatized her, and he was haunting her. Not in the traditional sense of wandering spirits with unfinished business, but in the truest sense, in the sense that she saw his burning body and heard his screams whenever she closed her eyes at night, and it stayed that way for many years. My grandpa used to work as a stevedore over in Savannah, and he'd tell us all kinds of stories from his time on the job. Like one time, they got a whole shipment of bananas from the Philippines or somewhere, and back in those days they'd transport the bananas still attached to the big old branches that they grew on. They'd pop the crate and then carefully pull the bananas out wearing real thick pairs of gloves, and they wore those gloves because of the tarantulas. The tarantulas didn't eat the bananas, but other, smaller creepy crawlies would, making the banana branches a prime feeding ground for them. Most of the time, the workers over on the other side of the ocean would do their best to get all the bugs off their produce, but every so often, a tarantula would tuck itself away among the bunches after getting its fill of bugs, and then survive the entire transit process from whatever tropical islands that they were from to the ports of the United States. My grandpa said that one time he was working with this guy popping crates of bananas when the guy started to get a little too comfortable. He starts getting slow, talking when he should have been working, and then the next thing, Grandpa's turning around to see this guy's arm deep in a crate, but looking back at Grandpa trying to talk to him and paying no mind to what he was doing. Grandpa said that the second he turned around, he saw this huge, hairy spider just slowly wandering up the guy's arm, biggest thing he'd ever seen during all those years on the job. The guy couldn't feel it because of the big, thick, elbow-length glove that they used to wear to prevent spider bites and whatnot. Grandpa freezes, scared out of his wits, and then just points at the thing crawling up the guy's arm. Only then does the guy actually pay attention to what he's doing. But by then, it was too late. He sees the spider, then lets out this almighty yelp of terror, but this only succeeds in freaking the spider out too. I'm guessing the thing just kind of reacted on instinct and moved to neutralize the threat, so to speak. And still, instead of just jumping off his arm or something, the tarantula runs up the guy's sleeve, then makes this crazy leap right at the guy's face. Grandpa said that the guy's second scream, the one he did when the tarantula hit his face, was just about the loudest and most terrifying noise he'd ever heard. It was like a death scream or something, like the kind of sound a person can only make when they're in fear for their lives. Grandpa said that he did the first thing that came to mind, which was grab something to try and whack the spider off the guy's face. He grabbed a broom and then turned to run back over to his coworker, but saw that he'd already batted the spider off of him and was running for the door of the warehouse. They get outside, slam the door behind them, and Grandpa's checking if the guy is okay when he sees these two big puncture marks on the guy's lower cheek from where the spider had bit him. Again, Grandpa is dumbstruck with fright, and all he can do is quietly point towards where this guy's been bit. I think maybe he just didn't know that he had been bitten, maybe from the adrenaline or what have you, but a moment later, the guy puts a hand to his face and realizes that he's been bitten, and then promptly passes out. Grandpa thought that the guy was dead. He thought the spider's venom had gone straight to the guy's brain and killed him dead in an instant. But then, the same deadly spider is now loose in one of the warehouses, so Grandpa goes running off to warn everyone that his coworker was dead and that there'd be more deaths if they didn't get the hell out of the area. He starts screaming at everyone to run for their lives because some deadly spider just jumped out of a crate and killed the guy he was working with. And this causes a full-blown panic on the docks, with half the guys running to save their skins and the other half organizing impromptu hunting parties so they could track the spider down and kill it. In truth, the guy who had been bitten wasn't dead at all, he just passed out, like I said. But then the area around the bite got so swollen and red so fast that even though the guy woke up and started wandering around, confused, it didn't really do much to calm the situation down. The reality was that even though the bites from the spider were very nasty, they weren't even close to deadly. But since this was like the late 50s or something, there was no Discovery Channel back then, and folks just kind of assumed that every tropical tarantula had a bite that could kill a man stone dead in mere minutes. You had all these stevedores running around with just about any kind of weapon they could get their hands on until finally, one of the bosses got wind of what was going on. He shut the place down for the night, called in animal control, and they sent a guy over to find and trap the spider before they took it over to some museum or something for identification. The guy who got bit spent the night in the hospital and then was back at work just a few days later. We always enjoyed hearing that story, but the thing is, that wasn't even the scariest or craziest story my grandpa had from his time as a stevedore. He'd always break the spider story out for the younger crowd at family gatherings, and after miming all the spider stuff with his fingers of one hand, he'd almost always have all the little girls running off in disgust while all the little boys sat around him, completely enraptured by the tale of an encounter with a great hairy monster. But then, after they'd all gone to bed or their parents had taken them home, he'd break out the wilder stories for the adults. Most of these consisted of things like fellas sneaking their girlfriends onto the job with them, then getting caught catching 7 minutes in heaven together in a back office or shipping container, or the time they stole a whole crate of scotch because they realized that there was a mistake on one of the shipping manifests. The right call would have been to simply correct the manifest, but nope. Almost $5,000 worth of luxury scotch went poof and disappeared, and everyone had a very Merry Christmas that year. But then on one occasion, he told us a straight-up horror story. Back during his first year of being a stevedore, my grandpa worked with this guy called Crazy Al. Al was a war veteran, as in he was in the army during World War II. The guys on the docks knew that he served in the Pacific Islands, and they knew that he'd seen some pretty messed up stuff too, but that was it. No one ever asked Crazy Al about the stuff that he'd seen or where he'd fought because no one wanted to upset him, and no one wanted to upset him because, like I said, he's Crazy Al. My grandpa said everyone felt for the guy, but that he wasn't particularly popular neither, on account of him being almost impossible to work with. Crazy Al couldn't be around loud noises, and woe betide anyone who accidentally startled him, so instead of working the warehouses and whatnot like the rest of the workers, Grandpa said Crazy Al was kept in the equipment room, where folks went to get tools, slings, safety gear, and things of that nature. You just didn't walk in either. You knocked really softly on the door till Al came to ask you what you wanted, and that way, he was kept at a safe distance from everyone else. Anyway, one day the docks get this big old cargo ship coming in, only right away they can tell something is different about it, because some of the containers had different kinds of letters on them. It turns out, the ship had come all the way from South Korea, and since the country was rebuilding from the war at that time, I figured this was one of the first Korean ships to dock in America for quite a while. So the ship docks, and These two Korean officers walked down the gangplank to greet the foreman in perfect English. They exchanged a few words, discussed the unloading of their ship, then off they went back to their quarters while the stevedores got to work. Sometime later, Crazy Al comes out of the equipment shed for some reason. Someone later said that they saw him walk out, and when he saw the ship floating in the dock, he just stopped and stared at it, like he was hypnotized or something. According to my grandpa, this person mentioned Crazy Al's episode to one of his coworkers, but since Al had more than earned his nickname by that point, it was kind of like, what else is new? And so the last people saw of Al, he was marching across the dock with a crowbar in hand, heading straight for the gangplank of the Korean ship. Then the next thing, everyone on the dock started to hear screaming coming from it. And there are screams and shouts all in Korean, and from the sounds of things, it was like they were having some kind of fight up there. Then the next thing, gunshots. And so everyone scatters and the cops get called. Everyone's still sort of hiding out, keeping an eye on the ship when the cops show up and run aboard with their guns drawn. And there, they find Crazy Al, shot to death with a crowbar in his hand. Then in the vicinity were 2 dead Koreans beat to death by Al and about half a dozen wounded Korean soldiers, one of which had shot Crazy Al dead with a gun that they kept on board for emergencies. For years, everyone kind of figured that Al had mistaken the Koreans for Japanese, which is obviously one of the 2 countries we were at war with while Al was serving as a soldier. But the truth is much more disturbing. You see, as it turned out, Al had been a prisoner in a Japanese POW camp, a particularly brutal one too. He'd seen his fellow soldiers tortured, executed, and slowly worked to death over the course of 2 to 3 years. He learned to hate the camp's guards, but not all of them were Japanese. Part of Japan's conquest of Asia included the Korean peninsula, and they gave a lot of Koreans a chance to prove their loyalty to their new masters by serving as guards in their prisoner of war camps. Then, to prove just how fanatically loyal they really were, they treated American POWs way crueler than the Japanese did, as a way of winning over their new masters. And Crazy Al probably had his very own Korean camp guard, and I'm not saying it could possibly excuse what he did to those poor sailors, but it certainly explains why he turned so murderous just at the sight of them. The thing is, folks just carried on thinking Al was crazy. Couldn't tell the difference between Korean and Japanese, they'd say. Stupid old Crazy Al, crazier than a poop house rat. But then, it seems to me and my grandpa that Al wasn't all that crazy after all. Sure, he was disturbed, but there's a chilling kind of clarity to him choosing to take vengeance like that. The way my grandpa tells it, he was just quiet. He didn't run across the docks, screaming and cursing, waving his crowbar around. He just walked, all cool and calm, to try and commit a massacre without saying a word. And that little detail never fails to creep me out. In my early 20s, I had a knack for spending more money than I could afford. When I got my first real taste of making money, it's not an understatement to say that I was reckless. One of the first things I did was get a new car with extremely high payments. Instead of leasing a smaller, cheaper car, I decided that I was going to buy a BMW. It's not a top-of-the-line one, but still a BMW, and my payments were over $600 a month, which may not seem like a lot for some people, but for me, it was crippling. I barely made enough money to pay my bills, and I still lived with my parents at the time, and so I found myself doing all sorts of tasks for friends and family members to make some extra money. I regularly watched my friend Dom's dog. Dom had to go out of state every other weekend for his job, and since he didn't have a wife or girlfriend, he had me as his dog sitter. And I did this for about 6 months and honestly loved the job. He lived in a nice and quiet neighborhood. The dog, Willard, was a golden retriever and was such a good dog, not to mention easy to care for. and these bi-monthly trips to Dom's were something I looked forward to. But like most good things in the world, it eventually came to an end. I'm sorry about the pessimistic attitude, but the last time I watched Willard, the evening started like every other weekend dog-sitter trip. We play in the yard for a while, go for a walk, and then wind down at around 9 p.m. One of the reasons why Dom trusted me was because he knew I could never have people over or anything like that because I would work early in the mornings on the weekends. Usually I would be asleep around 10, but on this Saturday night, I was invested in a movie that ended a little after 11. The movie was Inception, just in case you were wondering. And after the movie, I let Willard out while I got myself ready for bed. I always felt weird about sleeping in Dom's bedroom, so I would usually sleep on the couch with the dog. Just as I was getting comfortable, the doorbell rang. I looked at the clock and it was about 11:16 p.m. My mind immediately went to someone in Dom's family. I couldn't imagine anybody else ringing the doorbell in his neighborhood at this hour, and I rushed to the door, and standing on the other side was a young man, most likely in his early 20s like me. He looked clean-cut and didn't have a threatening presence about him, and I opened the front door but kept the outer screen door shut and locked. And talking through the screen, I asked him if I could help him with something, and he didn't seem weird or sketchy. In a very confident voice, he said to me, "Hey man, I got the food you ordered." And two things I feel like I need to mention here. One, this was before all the food ordering apps, so your food never just got dropped off at the door. You had to physically go and pay for the food at the door and have an interaction with the delivery driver. And two, you're probably assuming that Willard is like most dogs and that she's barking like crazy at someone ringing the doorbell. Well, she isn't like most dogs. Not only did she not bark, but she stayed on the living room couch the entire time I had an interaction with that delivery driver. I was kind of annoyed by this more than anything. I definitely wasn't scared. I mean, why would I be? I had no reason to believe that this was anything other than just some mistake. I explained to the guy that he had the wrong address and that I didn't order any food. We had a quick back and forth, and then we figured out that the delivery was for a different address and he accidentally went to the wrong house. The guy started to apologize and I told him not to worry. While he was apologizing, I noticed that his car was filled with 3 other people, 2 in the back and 1 in the passenger seat. I thought that was pretty weird. I never noticed delivery drivers have anyone else in the car with them, let alone an entire carload of people. We finally wrapped up our conversation and locked the door. I made my way back to the living room and tried to get myself comfortable again. I was a little annoyed, but I understood accidents do happen. Not 2 minutes later, the doorbell starts ringing like crazy. You know that annoying sound of the bell just ringing non-stop? Well, I jumped up and ran to the door. It was the delivery driver, and now he looked a little bit more panicked. I didn't open the front door but shouted through the window beside the door. I asked what he wanted, and he told me that he accidentally hit my car in the driveway while he was trying to leave. And before I could answer, he put his head down and said in an almost ashamed voice, "I'm sorry, man, but it looks like there's a little damage. I hate to bother you, but I think you should take a look." Now I was furious. I opened the front door and started following the delivery driver down the driveway toward my car. I didn't even put shoes on. Several feet from the car, I noticed something strange, though. His car, which was filled with passengers just a few minutes ago, was now empty. I stopped abruptly, and the delivery driver told me to keep going, and that the damage was on the other side of the car. It may have taken a while, but finally I started to get the feeling that something just wasn't right. I told him that I wanted to go back inside and grab my shoes. I started to walk back to the door, trying to pretend that everything was fine, and just a few steps into my walk back, I heard a noise to my right. From the brush on the side of Dom's house, 2 people emerged wearing hoods. I started to jog towards the front door. On the other side of the house, another person started to run full pelt at me, and at that point I began sprinting toward the door. I was inches from the house and one of the men tried to tackle me. Thankfully, he was just far enough away that he made contact with my ankle, but it wasn't enough to trip me up. I freaked out, got inside and locked the door behind me. That tackler was immediately at the front door, banging and trying to open it. I was able to get a glimpse of the man who tried tackling me. He looked like he was tan, a skinny guy with a buzzed hair. He had a scruffy beard and a tattoo of some tiger on his neck. I grabbed my phone and called the police right away. I stared out the window while I was speaking with the dispatcher, and I saw all 4 of them standing near my car. I told dispatch what had happened and gave them a very detailed description of the delivery driver and the tiger tattoo man, and I watched all 4 men get into the car and drive away. I was able to tell the police that it was a red Honda Civic, and the police eventually showed up and took my entire statement. But what's frustrating for me is that even with all the details I gave the police, they never caught any of these dudes. But what's most frustrating is that I have no idea why I was targeted. I didn't recognize these guys, and when I told Dom about the incident, the appearance didn't sound familiar to him either. It's scary what can happen out there in the world when you least expect it. A couple years back, my wife and I threw a Halloween party for our kids and a few of their friends. The deal was we'd entertain the kids until around 8 that evening, then they'd head off to their respective friends' houses to finish their nights off with Halloween sleepovers. But in turn, that allowed my wife and I to throw a grown-up Halloween party. It had been both our favorite holidays growing up, and since we'd promised to spend the holidays with my wife's side of the family, we threw the All Hallows Eve bash to spend some time with mine. It was definitely a family affair, just not quite wholesome enough to warrant having the kids in the house. Anyway, the party's fantastic. Everyone has a great time, and my parents had agreed to spend the night in our spare rooms, so they didn't have to worry about driving or getting a cab home. That meant my father and I ended up huddled up around the fire pit at around 1 in the morning, finishing off any beer that we could find while making each other laugh and telling each other stories. Then, at some point, I asked Dad if he knew any spooky campfire stories. I wasn't seriously asking him, it was more like I asked him sort of half-jokingly because it was technically still Halloween night. But then, as it turned out, Dad did have a creepy story to tell me, one he'd somehow kept secret from me for almost 35 years. My dad grew up in small-town Ohio, and he eventually moved back to Cincinnati where he met my mom and had us kids. But for college, my dad went to UC Irvine, which is out in California, about 30 miles south of LA. He said that he loved it out there. He knew that he wanted to come home at some point, but said his days as a beach bum are some of the most treasured memories of his youth. I knew that already, of course, but what I didn't know was that my dad used to date some smoking hot windsurfer chick that he met on Newport Beach. He said that during the summer of 1982, his buddies and him headed down to the beach to throw a ball around when they saw the sign advertising windsurfing lessons. The 2 instructors were this tall, wiry, dark-haired guy and then this absolute fox with a mess of golden blonde hair, stunning eyes, and this deep, rich tan from all her time spent in the sun. My dad said that he and his buddies found a spot for their stuff and then started to throw the football around, but all Dad did was walk off towards the windsurfing instructors and talk his way into getting a lesson from old Blondie. Dad said he hated windsurfing, but that it was a great way to get close to the instructor, and then once he was satisfied that there was mutual attraction, he asked her out and they started dating. Dad said that she seemed wonderful at first, but that after about a month of seeing each other, he realized that she was in some weird love triangle with her roommate and some professional windsurfer that she'd met on a trip to Hawaii. My dad explained that at first he'd trusted that the roommate was just that, a roommate. But over time it became pretty obvious that they were romantically involved. Blondie told my dad that they used to have a thing together, but that they were nothing more than roommates by that time and that he didn't have to worry. Dad said that he wanted to believe her, but by the time the professional windsurfer entered the picture, he realized what was going on. He didn't mind her dating other guys. They weren't like official or anything like that, but what he did mind was all the duplicity, I guess. She hadn't been straight up honest with him from the get-go, and that, as they say these days, was a huge red flag. I absolutely cannot picture my dad breaking up with some smoking hot beach babe. Like, I would absolutely need to see that to believe it. But either way, they stop seeing each other, and Dad eventually moves back to Cincy and starts what became our family. And now cut to 1994. I'm 6, my little brother is 3, and for my dad, the memory of Blondie and her weird, deceptive love triangle was a distant one. Then one day, he opened up a newspaper and there she was. He said that he didn't recognize her at first, to the point that he just thought the name was a coincidence. But nope, there was no coincidence. The woman in the newspaper was the very same one he'd briefly dated while in California, and her name was Dana Sue Gray. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the name, Dana Gray murdered 3 older women in early 1994 and used their credit cards to go on shopping sprees. Once she realized that there was a manhunt for her, she cut all her blonde hair off and dyed it black. But the cops still caught up with her and she was sent to prison for murder. Dad said it was obviously very shocking, that he felt deeply for the families of those affected, but that he never felt like he was ever in any danger. I guess he just didn't fit her victim profile, or whatever the cops might call it, and she obviously wasn't ready to kill by that point because she waited 12 years to do it and killed 3 in as many months. But then, what my dad said creeped him out so much was that he actually wasn't all that surprised. He was surprised Dana had killed anyone. That was definitely a shock to him, but it was the way she did it that seemed very in character, so to speak. Dad said that, especially toward the end of their relationship, it became obvious that Dana simply didn't think that rules should apply to her. She seemed to have this idea that she could do whatever she wanted and then just get away with it, possibly on account of her good looks. Dad said it was scary to think that this irritating but very minor personality disorder had basically grown and grown until one day Dana thought that she could murder old women, then go on shopping trips with their credit cards, and the law just wouldn't catch up to her. It makes me think that psychological stuff like that is almost like a cancer. You either deal with it when it's small and manageable, or you let it grow and spread until one day it's just far too late to do anything about it, and what used to be one tiny flaw has taken them over completely.
The school. As a night shift custodian at a middle school, my job was to ensure that the entire building was spotless and ready for the next day. I would arrive late in the evening when the school was empty and start cleaning every inch of the building. The school itself was a pretty standard building, with a few wings of classrooms and offices. I was assigned to clean the wing that was full of classrooms on the second floor, which meant I had to clean a lot of desks, chairs, whiteboards, and floors. The job was simple, but it was not always easy to work alone in such a large building. I had to be extra careful to make sure that I didn't miss anything, and I always had to be on the lookout for any potential hazards or safety concerns. Every once in a while, I would hear strange sounds coming from classrooms or hallways, but I would always disregard them as wind or something unexplainable. I'd been working there for over a year, and I thought I had gotten used to the eerie sounds that were occasionally present. However, one night, while I was cleaning around the wing, something strange happened. The lights suddenly went out, leaving me in total darkness. Startled, I stopped what I was doing and tried to turn on the lights, but they refused to respond. I was left in a state of confusion and fear as I tried to make sense of what had just occurred. The silence, broken only by my breathing, seemed to magnify the eerie atmosphere of the school at night. As I stood there in the pitch-black darkness, I felt an eerie sensation pass by, sending shivers down my spine. It was an inexplicable feeling, as if something was there but not quite visible. Despite my fear, I tried to gather myself and make sense of what was happening around me. The darkness was too dense, and I could not make anything out, not even my hand in front of my face. As I stood there, frozen in fear, I couldn't help but notice the shadowy figure that appeared out of nowhere. My eyes were drawn to its elongated hand that seemed to extend unnaturally further than what is considered normal. It was as if his hand was a grotesque claw, or perhaps a tentacle. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was left feeling terrified and wondering if what I saw was real or just my imagination playing tricks on me. Just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving me feeling uneasy and disturbed. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling of fear lingered. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and a wave of relief washed over me. It was as if someone or something was looking out for me, and I felt grateful for the momentary reprieve. However, my relief was short-lived as the lights started flickering again, and an ominous laugh echoed in the hallway. The sound was chilling, and I could feel my heart racing in my chest. I was now more scared than ever and could not explain what was happening. In a split second, I realized that the only way to protect myself was to lock the doors that connected the wing to the rest of the school. I had to act fast, so I sprinted down the hallway and slammed the doors shut, hoping that they would hold up against whatever was out there. As I fumbled with the lock, my heart was pounding in my chest, and I could hear my own ragged breaths echoing in the empty corridor. Once the doors were secure, I knew I had to get out of there as fast as possible. I started to make my way towards my car, trying to keep my footsteps as quiet as I could. Yet no matter how hard I tried to stay calm, the feeling that something was following me kept growing stronger and stronger. I could feel my nerves fraying as I walked, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The sensation was unnerving, and I felt like I was being watched every step of the way. Finally, I reached my car and scrambled to get inside. As I turned the key in the ignition, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I wasn't sure if it was just my imagination, but I hit the gas pedal and drove away as quickly as I could. Even as I left the school behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been following me, and I spent the rest of the night trying to make sense of what had just happened. The experience was too much for me to handle. I resigned the next day and never returned to that school ever again. It was a traumatic experience, and I couldn't believe what had happened to me. I had never felt so scared in my life. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had experienced, and it haunted me for weeks. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but it was impossible. There was no logical explanation for what I had witnessed. I had always heard stories about the school being haunted, but I never believed them. However, after my experience, I started to think that there might be some truth to those stories. After my resignation, I decided to do some research on the school's history. I discovered that the school had been built on an old burial ground. The land was believed to be cursed, and many people had reported strange occurrences over the years. However, the school administration had always denied the existence of any supernatural activity. I was shocked by what I had discovered. It seemed that the school had been built on a graveyard, and the strange occurrences that I had experienced were probably the result of that. I felt a sense of relief knowing that there was a reason behind what had happened to me, but at the same time, I was still scared. The experience had a lasting impact on me. I started to believe in the supernatural, and I became more aware of my surroundings. I never wanted to experience anything like that again. I also started to explore other supernatural phenomena and became interested in ghost stories and paranormal activity.
I used to have quite an abusive ex. I say quite abusive because he never actually laid a finger on me. He was just super controlling and had a habit of breaking things whenever he was mad. I should also add a little caveat to the whole never laid a finger on me too, because during the whole time that I was with him, I was never 100% confident that he'd never hit me, if that makes sense. I figured that if I'd stayed with him any longer, that probably would have changed. One of the wildest things he ever did was in a moment when I thought that he might just hit me that first time. He wouldn't let me leave my own apartment. Heck, he wouldn't even let me leave my own bedroom. All I could do was lock myself in the ensuite bathroom until he'd finally calmed down. He did eventually calm down, but before he did, he smashed something into the bathroom door, something really heavy, over and over again while screaming at me to come out. I didn't, I just stayed put, wrapped in a towel, sitting on the floor, quietly crying until the storm had finally passed. After what seemed like hours, I heard the sound of him leaving my apartment and closing the door behind him. After that, I came out of hiding to survey the damage, and that's when I discovered that he'd used my big old wooden Buddha statue to do the door bashing. The statue, which I still have, is probably about the size of a football. Thin on top where the body is, then real heavy and thick at the bottom, no jokes please, where Buddha's throne thing is. You could quite easily do some serious damage to someone if you hit them full force in the head with it, and it sure as hell put a dent in my bathroom door. But the property damage and potential danger I myself faced, they're not what stick with me about this one incident. In using my little Buddha statue, my ex took the literal embodiment of peace, harmony, and tranquility and used it to commit a reckless act of violence. If that isn't the bright shining indicator of what a vile, toxic person he truly was, then I don't know what is. My name is Brian. I'm from Ohio, and I've finally gotten around to typing up a story I've been wanting to share with you for quite some time. During late 2021 and early 2022, I started dating the girl who would later become my fiancée. I think a major episode in our dating timeline was around Valentine's Day of 2022. We'd only been talking for around 4 months at that time, so it wasn't a huge occasion for us or anything, but it also constituted a great opportunity to romance her a little. We both had work on Monday, which was the 14th, and that didn't really leave much room for whining and dining. So instead, we made plans to have dinner on the 12th, which was a Saturday night, so we could actually make the most of the occasion. I didn't mention anything about Valentine's Day, although I'm sure the implication was clear. But what I also didn't mention was that I was planning on booking a table at an extremely high-end fine dining establishment. I then went out and bought a whole bunch of her favorite snacks, just about anything she'd mentioned enjoying during our text exchange. I figured a bunch of small, fairly low-key gifts like that would demonstrate that I was a good listener, which, as much as that's kind of a dating cliche, is still super important in a relationship. Anyway, I make all the arrangements under the pretense of our destination being a surprise, and come the Saturday in question, she's under the impression that we are headed to this Italian place we'd been to once or twice before. Then, all of a sudden, I hit her with the old switcheroo, then take her to our actual destination, which was the fine dining place where I'd booked us a tasting menu. I'd never been to any place like that before, so I was actually super excited to try all the fancy food that was on the tasting menu. Even arriving at the restaurant and having the European waiting staff take our coats and escort us to our table, I could totally see why people pay for that kind of experience. It's not just all about the food. It's about the atmosphere and the service coming together to create truly special memories. And you can bet your bottom dollar that me and my future fiancé got a special memory of that night. It just wasn't the one we expected to have. So I think we're on our 4th course of 18, having a great time when the maitre d' seats another couple at the next table over. They look to be doing the same thing as us, having their early Valentine's dinner, only around 10 to 15 minutes after they sit down. The mood at their table became far from romantic, though. It started with a few sort of rude comments, things that made me and my future fiancé look up at each other with this sort of awkward kind of expression. But as the minutes ticked on by, things started to get worse and worse. They kept the volume down at first, but things got pretty vicious real quickly, to the point where one of the waiters came over to try and calm the situation down. That worked for like a minute, Then the guy said something under his breath to the girl, and she stormed out of the restaurant. By that point, pretty much everyone in the restaurant was either aware of the tension in the room or was actively watching it unfold from their side eye. I'd seen plenty of public freakouts, just never anything in anywhere so fancy, so as much as I was kind of annoyed that they were ruining our experience, my future fiancée didn't seem all that disappointed. She wasn't strictly enjoying it, she just tried to look on the bright side and made me smile when she whispered, "Dinner and a show. You are treating me this evening." I think that's one of those moments that I knew that she was the one. When she knew how upset I'd be if I thought some total idiots had ruined our special evening and chose to brush it off like it was nothing. She was just as disappointed as I was. She just knew how much it'd mean to me if she'd failed to show it. Anyway, after the girl stormed out of the restaurant, the guy stayed seated for a minute or two and then followed his girl outside. We figured that was the end of the show, but no. A few minutes later, the couple walked back into the dining room by the maitre d' and then reseated. It was actually almost comical, seeing everyone in the dining room trying to contain their disappointment at seeing these weirdos return. But I remember just genuinely hoping they'd smooth over whatever they were fighting about. I was dating seriously for the first time in my life, like actively looking for someone to settle down with, so seeing the marital discord I feared being played out right there in front of me, it gave me this totally different kind of negative feeling when they started bickering for a second time. I honestly thought that's how the whole evening was going to go. This sort of toxic couple were going to poison the atmosphere completely, not having the good manners to argue elsewhere instead of in front of an entire dining room. But that's not what happened. All of a sudden, the girl gets up again, just like she did when she stormed out just a few minutes before. But then instead of just walking out of the restaurant, she stops, turns around, and takes off one of her high heels. The guy that she's with isn't looking at all. He's doing that thing of refusing to look back as she's walking away. Maybe out of pride, or maybe because he was looking at the menu, I don't know. But either way, he's about the only person in the dining room who doesn't see his girlfriend or wife or whatever pulling off one of her high heels, then taking hold of it like some weapon. By the time we all realized what she was planning, it was too late for anyone to do anything. The girl swung that shoe right at the guy's head, so the heel connected full force with his skull. And the sound that it made was nuts, way more muted and dull than I had expected, not a crack or a crunch at all. And then, instead of collapsing onto the table in front of him or just falling limp out of his chair, the guy just goes rigid. He almost propelled himself out of his chair, sending all kinds of glasses flying off the table in the process. Then, when he hit the floor, he started shaking and convulsing like he was having some kind of seizure. People started jumping into action, restraining the girl and rushing over to the guy, who by that point was bleeding all over the floor too, and my future fiancée was one of them. She was a registered nurse, and she knew exactly what to do, or rather, exactly what not to do when it came to the appropriate medical treatment. She told the waiters to drag the table away so nothing else could fall onto the guy, and she took my jacket to cushion his head. After that, she basically just stayed with the guy until he stopped having this seizure and the EMTs arrived to take him to the hospital. I don't know what happened to the girl. I didn't see her getting arrested or anything, and although people intervened to keep her from hitting the guy a second time, I don't think anyone tried to force her to stay. Probably because they were just scared that she'd hit them with the sharp end of that high heel shoe as well. And since the very horrifying effects were on display for all to see, I sort of understand why no one thought to just tackle her, or whatever. It was scary, legitimately frightening to see both the sudden escalation of violence and the effect that it had on the guy. It really drove the point home to me that real-life violence is much, much different to the kind that we're used to seeing on movies or TV.
This happened last July, 2023, but a hilariously unfortunate Instagram notification reminded me of this unusual incident. My birthday was yesterday, and I, a 26-year-old male, got a Celebrate the Year notification that an algorithm paired with a picture of my black eye from when I first posted about what happened. And while this is far from the creepiest encounter on this subreddit, it's certainly a very bizarre and dangerous one. For context, I was a struggling homeless DoorDash delivery driver in New York City at the time of this incident. I say driver in quotes because back then, I didn't have a car or know how to ride a bike. I made deliveries either by taking the subway trains or limiting my delivery radius to a mile or less. I tried to stay in hostels whether I could afford them, but one unlucky night last July, I was out making deliveries at 4 a.m. since I had nowhere to go. Maneuvering on foot with food at this time made me an easy target, so I decided to stay near the highly populated and brightly lit Times Square area. I received an order from the Taco Bell in Times Square and accepted it since it paid well, and the destination was less than a mile away. As I turned the first corner, I felt something was off. I noticed 2 men walking closely behind me, and given the bright lights and tourists surrounding me, I initially dismissed the uneasy gut feeling that I was being stalked. And then they started walking faster and closer. I started changing my movement patterns and they copied my exact movements. At this point, I realized that they were probably after the food that I was carrying, and I eventually yelled out loud, "Back off!" And they kept following closely behind. I started walking faster, and the men didn't stop and they started increasing their speed. "Back off!" I yelled more aggressively, and they continued to follow closer. Tourists and bright lights still surrounded me, even at this point. As I approached the intersection into the following neighborhood, I continued shouting at these stalkers, and one of them yelled, "Shut up!" while the other punched me right in my right eye. Luckily, this caught the attention of the police who were right at the intersection where I was hit. Unfortunately, this was also the moment that I lost faith in the NYPD. The men that attacked me fled at that moment, and 2 cops started chasing them. However, the bumbling morons lost sight of the attackers before even a minute passed. I stayed at the scene for about a half hour or so with about 6 officers, with a couple of them interviewing the many witnesses around. I remember feeling a sense of validation for what I just went through when one of the witnesses came up to me and said, "Dude, that's messed up, man. I hope they get him." The officers eventually had me ride in one of the patrol cars to see if I could identify the attackers in the surrounding area. And my memory of them was hazy due to all the chaos, but I remember the clothes they wore. And we eventually passed by some other officers cuffing the attackers, who I was able to identify from their clothing and from seeing their faces again. I was advised to go to the hospital, which I initially declined due to my current financial situation. However, I eventually decided to go since I had no idea how severe my injuries were. Ultimately, I only had a black eye that healed after a few days, thankfully. The DoorDash order was canceled despite the customer making no attempts to contact me, and this meant I got full pay and could keep the Taco Bell cravings box for myself. And I'm not gonna lie, it was nice to have a place to rest for a bit and enjoy a free meal, despite it being cold by that point. And after examination, I was permitted to rest for a few hours, when I was rudely awakened and told to leave in 10 minutes before security was called. My takeaway from this incident is that even in brightly lit areas with multiple eyewitnesses, it's always best to stay aware of your surroundings. Food delivery at night is no joke. Believe me, I have a laundry list of other sketchy encounters I could share here. But this was the only time that I was attacked in front of so many others, including police officers themselves.
Messages from my ex. My name is Spencer Green. I'm a 27-year-old baker who works in East Manhattan. Oh no, I'm not an unhappy single man. I married the love of my life, Lucy, 2 years ago, and I have a newly born, gorgeous daughter with her. Anyway, the incident I'm about to tell you is something that happened the year I met Lucy. That was 5 years ago. I got reminded of it in the morning when I was working in the bakery and heard two young lads talking about getting into a Facebook scam. No, my story is not related to a Facebook scam, but yeah, it's related to Facebook though. It was one night when I was scrolling through Facebook when I received a notification that said that someone had sent me a message. I checked, and it was from the girl I dated in the final years of high school, Mary. And the reason that I broke up with her was that I caught her cheating on me with not just one, but two other guys. Now, Mary's someone I still don't want to have anything to do with or even a formative conversation with, so I ignored her texts. I don't know why I didn't think of blocking her right away, but I should have. I continued scrolling through my phone, and that's when I got the urge to use the bathroom. So I put my phone down and went over to do my business. On my return, when I checked the phone, there were 20 message notifications from her, in which she was apologizing and saying that she would do anything to have me back, including things like she knows that I still have feelings for her, and that was the reason I did not block her right away, knowing that it was her. And I thought that if she thinks that was the case for me not blocking her, then I should do it right away. After blocking her, I went over to scrolling through Facebook, and that's when I got another notification. I got a text from a different account, and it was Mary again. And she was angrily asking me, how dare I block her? Again, I did not reply to any of her messages and just blocked her right away, giving her the hint that I wanted nothing to do with her. Which she did not get, because 2 days later, I got another message from a different account, and the message read, "No matter how many times you push me away, I will keep coming back and breaking your boundaries because I love you." I know what she might be thinking while sending this. She might be thinking that this is somewhat romantic, but it was not. I only found it creepy. This time I got frustrated by the constant messages, so I decided to reply. I think I made it very clear that I do not want anything to do with you, so stop with your messages. It's irritating me. After this text, I blocked her again. For a few days, I did not receive any more messages on Facebook, so I thought that she finally gave it a rest. But one day, when I went home from work feeling tired, I found the lock of my front gate broken. So I immediately ran inside and searched around to see who broke in. The moment I walked into my bedroom, fixation filled my mind from what I was looking at. It was Mary. She had decorated my room with red roses, and she was lying on my bed in the scud herself. That sight was sickening in itself, just to make me feel nauseated. I quietly walked over and grabbed her hand. She looked at me smiling and thinking I would get seduced by her nastiness, but I jolted her from my bed and dragged her outside. After doing that, I went to my room, collected her clothes, and then went back to throw them on her face. I'm leaving you just by a simple warning, but if you do something like this again, I will report you for breaking into my house. As I said that, she stood there while looking at me with a mortified look. It was good if she felt embarrassed by her actions. She should have been, but I don't think she felt that way. Instead, she felt humiliated enough to falsely report me for something I did not do. The next day, 2 police officers came to my house to question whether or not I harassed my girlfriend. I immediately understood what was going on and tried explaining every single detail to the officers about what had happened. But instead of believing any of my words, they gave me a warning that it should not happen again. I could not believe how low she stooped just to make me sleep with her. All I could think about was how to get out of this situation. I changed the lock and installed a security lock along with a camera on my front door, just so that if she breaks in again, I would have proof. The same evening, I got another message on Facebook from a new account. I knew it was her, so I checked what she had to say now. The message read, "I told you I would come back and break your boundaries, didn't I?" I immediately took a screenshot of this just in case, but I still had no idea how to prove myself innocent if she falsely accuses me of harassment again. The next day, I was working in the bakery with an absent mind, which the owner took notice of and then asked me to take a break. So I went ahead and sat down in the customer area, thinking about everything that had been going on lately. Is there something wrong? I heard a sweet, soft voice of a girl and raised my head to see her. She was sitting on the table beside mine and looking at me with a concerned expression. Why do you ask? I did not want to deal with another woman, so I asked in a rude tone, "No, it's just that I've been sitting here for the past half an hour and watching you that you haven't even touched your coffee during that time," she said, and looked over at my coffee, which had become cold by now. "It's just a legal situation. I don't think you'd be able to help me," I said, and got ready to leave the table. "Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I forgot to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Sergeant Lucinda Benson." She reached her hand out after saying that, along with a kind smile on her face, which made me look at her in awe. "I'm sorry for being rude. My name is Spencer Green. It's a pleasure meeting you," I said and sat back on the chair. After that, I discussed with her the problem that I was facing and how the girl was falsely accusing me of something that I never did. Lucinda was very mature, and the solution she provided with me was something a person with logic and common sense would easily come up with. But I was in a state of panic, so I never thought about it. The first thing she told me was to stay calm and that there was no need to panic, especially since I'd done nothing wrong. Then she told me that I need to hire an attorney if she were to file any charges against me, because it would be more helpful if I have an experienced attorney advocating for me. And above all, I needed to gather evidence against her. She explained many things along the lines about someone who had been falsely accused and how they could defend themselves. After that, she gave me her number and told me that I could contact her anytime I needed advice or help. As I reached home, I opened Facebook and texted Mary that I have enough proof to claim that I never did anything to her, and I can report her for not only harassing, blackmailing, and even breaking into my house, but she would face charges of defamation as well. I made sure to take a screenshot of her chats, and surprisingly, she did not give any response after that. It must be because she did not think this through before falsely accusing me. One thing that came out as well from this experience was that I met Lucinda. I asked her out on a few dates after that, and after being in a relationship for a long time, I proposed to her. A baker ended up marrying a sergeant. Pretty cool, right? I know that with Lucy by my side, I won't ever need to face someone like that ever again.
As I slowly opened my eyes, I was surprised to find myself in a strange, unfamiliar bed. I quickly checked myself to make sure I was fully clothed and took a sigh of relief that I was. I noticed my bag sitting on the side table, so I checked it too to see if everything was in there, and luckily nothing was missing. As I opened my phone to see my current location, I was taken aback that I was in Barcelona. How in the world did I end up there? I wondered, trying to recollect the events of the previous night, but to no avail. That was when the door creaked open, and a tall, tanned, lean yet muscular man entered the room with a tray containing breakfast. I didn't know him, so I was cautious as he approached me. He opened his mouth and said good morning in a husky voice before asking me if I was okay. I nodded my head hesitantly and asked how I was there. "Oh, I found you passed out on the street. I tried asking you where you lived, but since you couldn't talk and it wasn't safe leaving you there, I brought you to my home. But don't worry, I didn't do anything to you." He placed the tray on the table while saying that. A sense of relief washed over me upon hearing that, but what was weirder was that I did not remember drinking yesterday in the bar. I only had soft drinks, so it was strange that I passed out. Did someone spike my drink? The question lingered in my mind as I got from the bed and began preparing to leave the man's house. My head was throbbing as I gathered my belongings and asked him to show me the exit after thanking him. He didn't say much and simply led to the door. As I safely left his house, the doubt about that man being a pervert or someone dangerous lifted from my mind. However, I still wonder who it could be that spiked my drink and why. On my way home, I couldn't help but feel unprepared and a little downhearted that I hadn't done much to prepare for Christmas this year. With only 2 days left until the big day, I decided to take action and headed to Walmart to shop for some decorations and other festive items. I wanted to ensure that Christmas wouldn't be a bland and uneventful occasion for me, so I took my time browsing through the aisles, picking out the perfect decorations and all. It was important for me to make the most of the holiday season and not spend Christmas Eve sulking on my couch, drinking alone. As I was browsing the aisles of the store, searching for the items on my list, I suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. I turned around to see if anyone was staring at me, but that crowded store made it impossible to identify the culprit. Despite my unease, I continued to browse, hoping that the feeling would pass. However, as I made my way towards the checkout counter, I realized that the gaze was still following me. It made me feel uncomfortable and self-conscious, as if I was being judged by a stranger. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered until I finally paid for my purchases and left the store. As I made my way back home from Walmart, I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was watching me. It started as a faint sense of unease, but soon became full-blown paranoia that I was being followed. I quickened my pace, but the footsteps behind me seemed to match mine. Every time I turned around, there was no one there, but the feeling persisted. The closer I got to my apartment building, the more I felt like I was being stalked. I was on the edge as I fumbled my keys to unlock the front door, but as soon as I slipped inside the building, the feeling lifted. I breathed a sigh of relief that whoever it was that had followed me in, as the thought of them getting to my apartment filled me with dread. As soon as I entered my apartment, I felt a sense of relief. However, I was still paranoid, and my heart was racing. I quickly went to the bedroom and peeped through the window to see if the stalker was still outside. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who was following me. But to my disappointment, there was no one there. I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone was out there waiting for the chance to attack me. I wondered if I was just being paranoid, and it was all just my mind playing tricks on me. But for some reason, deep down, I knew that my fears were not unfounded. I had no clue who spiked my drink at the bar, but I had a hunch that whoever was following me had something to do with it. My mind was racing with thoughts and questions. Who was this person following me? Why were they doing it? What did they want from me? I was scared, but I knew I had to be vigilant and stay alert. I couldn't let my guard down. On the day after I had put the Christmas decorations in my house, I realized that I had forgotten to purchase the snacks for the occasion. Although the thought of running into the stalker made me nervous, I decided to gather my courage and fetch my car keys. I stepped outside and carefully scanned my surroundings before making my way to the car. I was relieved when I saw no one following me, and so I hurriedly drove to Walmart. As I reached the entrance of the store, a strange sensation formed in the pit of my stomach. Just then, I felt a tap on my shoulder, causing me to jump in alarm. I turned around to see the man I was in the apartment of the day before standing behind me with a smile on his face. While I was grateful for his help, there was something about his presence that made me feel uneasy. Despite my apprehension, I tried to be polite and acknowledge him. "What a coincidence! Do you live around here?" he asked in a curious tone. But I didn't want to give him my address, so I simply nodded and excused myself before heading inside the store. However, he followed me inside, making me feel uneasy and following me to whatever aisle I went. It was weird enough that he was all the way here to shop from Barcelona, but putting up with him like that was nerve-wracking. After finally managing to shake him off, I paid for my purchases and made my way back home. However, as I turned toward the narrow road that led to my apartment building, I found a car blocking my way. I honked repeatedly, but the driver didn't budge, so I decided to get out of my car and approach the vehicle. I opened the car door and walked to the car's window before knocking on it. As the mirror was pulled down, I was shocked to see the man from before. He handed me a package saying it was for me, but what was scarier was that I never told him where I live. "How did you—" I stuttered those words, and I started backing off. I was about to run back to my car, but everything happened so fast. He got out with a flash and put a damp cloth over my nose. His words before I blacked out were blurred, but I could hear it. "It was fun seeing you so terrified."
I saw the most messed up thing I ever saw in my life at the York Commons Walmart in Dayton, Ohio. I was near the pharmacy section, like not at the pharmacy section, but in one of the aisles where I could see it, when some guy walked past me who smelled like a dead skunk's asshole. I didn't realize where it was coming from at first. Like he walked past me, I suddenly smelled this god-awful stench, and I started to look around to see where it was coming from. I figured the guy might have farted as he walked past me, which isn't anything to start a fight with him over, but still, who the hell does that? But then as I'm looking at him thinking, Jesus Christ, dude, eat a goddamn salad every once in a while, I started to notice how he's not exactly very well put together. In fact, and I hate to sound like an insensitive jerk here, but he had a distinct air of homelessness about him. And so then, out of pure morbid curiosity, I decided to just stay put and see what this weird guy would need from the pharmacy. I'm not particularly proud of myself for feeling that urge, and now that I'm typing it out, it's really hitting me how weird that behavior is from people, and the same thing that makes them just stare at car accidents, I guess. But anyway, I watch as the homeless-looking guy waits in line to talk to the pharmacist, and the person in front of him clearly starts to smell him too, because she turned around and gave him this look that said, "Take a goddamn bath already." She then took her pills, or whatever, and stepped away, and the stinky homeless dude steps up to the counter to ask for pills for his butt leakage, or whatever was going on. And that's legit what I thought was happening too. Like, I guess I just couldn't conceive what that guy might have been going through. And in my dumb, ignorant brain, stinky meant poo-poo, and with my total lack of medical knowledge, I could never have guessed just how horrifying the situation actually was. And Jesus H. Christ, was it horrifying. So I'm watching this homeless-looking dude talking to the pharmacist, whose eyes must have almost been watering because of how close he was. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but the dude looked like he was asking the pharmacist questions, and the pharmacist couldn't quite understand him. The next thing I know, that guy is leaning down, grabbing a hold of the pant leg, and rolling it up real carefully all the way up his boot and past his sock. The pharmacist leans over the counter, kind of looking down at him from what I'm guessing was like a slightly raised platform on the other side. Then when the homeless dude pulls his pant leg up a little more and reaches flesh, both me and the doctor pull back in horror. I'm maybe 15 to 20 feet away, so I can't see this guy's leg up close. But even from that distance, I could tell from the color of his leg that he had some kind of serious infection going on down there. And that's when it really hit me. The bad smell wasn't coming from this guy's mouth or armpits or butt. It was coming from this guy's leg wound, which was so badly infected that it must have been rotting from the inside out. I remember the pharmacist, covering his mouth right away after seeing it. I didn't see him gag or anything, but he sure as hell looked like he was pretty close to. He then talked to the guy in a higher volume, not talking to him in a polite way, but giving him a direct order. "You need to go to the hospital right now," he kept saying. I don't know what the homeless dude said back to him, but the pharmacist's eyes went all wide again as he repeated himself, "Sir, listen to me. You need to go to the hospital right away. This is very serious." And I couldn't just stand by at that point. I suddenly became very self-aware that I was just standing there, watching this all unfold, being one of those insensitive jerks who just stares at the 4-car pileup and doesn't offer to help or anything. I walked over, and I did the only thing I could think of. I asked the guy if he wanted me to call him an ambulance so he could get some actual medical assistance for his leg, and he kept saying no. But the pharmacist spoke right over his head like, "Yes, sir, you should do that. This man needs an ambulance." I remember reaching into my pants pocket to get my phone, then looking down at its screen, and that's when I caught a glimpse of this dude's leg close up. It was rotten. Actually rotten. So rotten that I'm pretty sure that I could either see this dude's shin bone directly at the bottom of the open wound, or there was some kind of muscle membrane or something that was pale and I mistook it for bone. Then, as I was looking at it, I really started to smell it again, and it was so bad that I had to cover up my mouth and nose with my shirt to stop myself from gagging right in front of the dude. The guy kept telling me, "Please don't call anyone," but I just totally ignored him. I don't know if he had drugs on him or if, like a buddy of mine suggested, he had outstanding warrants or something, but there was no way in hell that I was about to walk out of that Walmart without at least having done something for the guy. I guess I felt guilty for my first thoughts being, who's the stinky jerk, and then realizing, oh, shoot, this dude might be dying right in front of me. So I figured the least I could do is call the guy an ambulance so I could walk out thinking that I actually did something, or tried to do something anyway. But in the end, he stopped protesting and just walked out. The pharmacist and I were calling after him like, hey, you can't just leave, but he did. He just up and walked out like he was fine. But he was definitely not fine, not according to the pharmacist anyway. He said it was a miracle the guy was even on his feet, that he had to be on some serious painkillers or have an addiction to numb all that pain, because a regular person would literally be screaming in agony if they were walking around with that kind of wound on their leg. The pharmacist said the guy would probably die soon, at least if he didn't get to a hospital as fast as possible. I want to hope that he did, but a part of me just kind of knows that he didn't, and that he was just one of those homeless dudes that dies, disappears, and doesn't even get so much as a funeral to mark their passing.
Who wants pizza? I asked my friends while going through Domino's Pizza app. Pepperoni for me. It was Mary, who just came back from the bathroom. I wonder how she heard me from there. I'll have veg cheese burst, thank you. Rosetta, who was in the kitchen trying to find something to eat, practically screaming in happiness that we were finally ordering something. Well, being a big old foodie, she was just overreacting. Just a margarita and a Coke for me. It was Sam, who was lying on the couch staring at me while doing absolutely nothing. But I want to have fried chicken, Matthew said without turning back. He was playing some RPG game on his PC. Even though I like him, he still pisses me off every single time. Oh, you want to have fried chicken, huh? Then why don't you order for all of us? I walked toward him and shouted in frustration. Nah, thanks. I'll have chicken pizza with extra cheese. He replied in a calm tone while having his full focus on the game. I sighed in frustration and continued ordering pizza for everyone. Okay, so the order has been placed. We wait for 30 minutes, I informed the group, and went ahead to sit on the couch next to Sam. Who wants to bet on the delivery boy being later than 30 minutes and us having free pizza? Sam put his hand over my shoulder and turned his face and asked others. Everyone agreed and placed a bet on the delivery boy being late. After that, everyone turned their faces toward me, except for, of course, Matthew, who did not care and continued to play his game. Well, I won't place a bet on a lost cause. I know delivery guys are always on time, so I don't want to lose my money over it. I shrugged my shoulders, freed myself from Sam's arms, and scooted away from him. But you can place your bet on him being on time and win. He came closer and said in a convincing tone while making me look him in the eyes. Well, I guess you must be wondering what's going on here, right? I know you may have figured out that a bunch of friends are ordering pizzas and placing bets because they are hungry, am I right? But what you don't know is that we are no ordinary group of friends. We are a bunch of psychopaths who are runaways from an asylum. Well, I am a bit more normal than the rest of them, but who's judging? How did we run from there, you ask? Well, let's just say there was a huge fire accident in there, and we were lucky to be the ones standing near the exit just before the fire broke out. Okay, fine. We were the ones who caused the fire, but it's not fair putting us in some mental torture place just because we are different from others. Tell me, how would you feel if someone did that to you? So everyone in the asylum died because of the fire, so no one knows about us. We have been friends from the first day, and we do everything together, no matter what. The thing about me not placing the bet was not because of the reason for delivery guys being on time, but there was another reason. We rarely place bets because of that reason. You know what? I should not reveal everything at once. You'll find out pretty soon anyways. Okay, fine. I will place the bet on him not being late. Sam and others convinced me to place the bet, so I did. Fate had already been decided. I was going to win, and they were going to feel down for losing. I knew I would win because the Domino's outlet I ordered from wasn't that far from here. I was so sure that he would deliver the pizza exactly on the 30th minute when everyone would be thinking that he is late. We are all focused on counting the minutes when the doorbell rang. I guessed it was the delivery guy. Everyone looked at the door angrily because he made it within 20 minutes. Even I was angry because it was no fun if he's early. I know I won, but I was not happy. But still, I went ahead and opened the door. Rosetta followed me. I opened the door, and it was the delivery guy. I took the pizza boxes from his hands. "Want to come inside and have some fun?" Rosetta's voice was changing into a slutty, sexy one, and we all knew what that meant. The delivery guy looked at her from head to toe with his lustful eyes. Well, she was just in lingerie, so I don't blame him. "Sure, why not?" he said, and Rosetta held his hands and dragged him in. I closed the door behind me and went ahead to place pizza boxes on the table near the couch. "Here? In front of everyone?" Rosetta was moving his clothes when the delivery boy asked in an embarrassed tone. "Oh, they don't mind, right guys?" Rosetta said while asking us. "Of course we don't. We'll be joining you guys for fun in a few minutes," I said while putting a pizza slice in my mouth. Others took their pizza boxes and started eating them as well. Rosetta moved the guy's clothes completely and made him lie on the ground. She climbed on top of him and they started having sex. He closed his eyes in pleasure and embarrassment that everyone was watching. I grabbed the knife from the kitchen and came closer to them. Rosetta smiled at me and started to moan louder while looking straight into my eyes. "Do it, babe!" Matthew kissed me on my neck after finally closing the game and coming closer as well. I stabbed the delivery guy in his chest and took over to Sam, who was removing his clothes. "What? Don't tell me we are not going to have group sex after this." Sam said that while looking at me with his lustful eyes. The delivery guy wasn't dead yet. He looked at us with surprise and fearful eyes while being on the verge of death. I handed the knife to Matthew, and Rosetta also pulled herself away from him. We kissed the delivery guy one by one, and then Matthew stabbed the guy in the lower abdomen multiple times until he died. "It's too bad I like living here," I said. It was like this every time we placed a bet. I did not like the mess and the fact that we had to leave the place every single time. Sam came closer, kissed me softly, and said it was going to be fine, while Rosetta and Matthew were already making out. I kissed Sam back passionately. It was like this. Matthew liked me, but Rosetta as well. I guess he liked Rosetta more than me, but I loved Rosetta, so I had to bear with it. Besides, Sam loved me and always made me feel good, so it was a win-win situation. We continued having sex because we also needed to clean up after this. My name is Megan, and I recently joined this PR company as an assistant editor for a magazine. At first, I did not have anyone to talk to because I did not know anyone here and was pretty shy. But now, my team members are like best friends to me. Last week, some of the chosen employees, including all the seniors in my department, went on a trip. And since there was no one to supervise us, we had so much fun working in an entirely comfortable environment. But that comfort wasn't for long. 3 days went by just like this, and it was finally the day when everyone was to return from the trip. The workload had suddenly increased, and everyone got scolded for slacking off for the past 3 days. We all got called one by one and were asked about our progress report. After that, we were assigned more work as a punishment. I went back to work, and we only focused on work and nothing else. Trust me, I was regretting slacking off more than anyone because I had classes on weekends. The next day when I reached the office, the manager had called everyone from the fashion team in and was angry about something. "What's going on?" I whispered to Carl while sitting at my desk. "Someone mailed a complaint about physical harassment," he leaned over and said. "Who?" I asked again. "That I don't know." He shrugged his shoulders while saying that. "I know it was the part-timer Rasta. Nick from the fashion department tried to force himself on her Friday evening and did not even bother checking if the camera was off or not. It was Carrie, the Asian girl who used to sit next to me. We never talked much, but she sometimes passed me a smile or two. So what now? Aren't they going to fire him?" I asked. "Of course, everyone saw the footage and he's already fired. It's the guy who helped him lure Rasta into the cabin. He is refusing to know Nick's intentions, but I know he is lying because I know he is a complete jerk, and even though he is married to a beautiful girl, he still tries to get comfortable with other girls from his department," he said in a disgusted tone. We noticed our team leader walking in, and we quietly went back to focus on our work. The next day, we heard that the guy who helped Nick was declared innocent by the manager, and he had started a rumor about Rasta that she was the one who seduced Nick first. Even though everyone had already seen the footage in which it looked clear that Nick trapped her and harassed her, they still gossiped about it and started to avoid the poor girl. We thought it would calm down within a few days, but that bastard just started to put more fuel into the fire by cooking up false rumors about her. Day by day, she started to look thin and weak, and finally, one day, she committed suicide. Everyone who used to gossip about her suddenly went silent after hearing this news because they were all to blame. And now, they started to talk about that shit of a man who spread the false rumors. I looked at all of them with disgust, watching how soon they changed their colors. 3 days after Rasta's death, when I was exiting the office building, I saw Nick arguing with that bastard. It looked like Nick was sick or something, because by looking at him, anyone could tell that he must be suffering from some chronic illness. I tried listening to their conversation, but could only hear Nick saying, "Please, help me. She will kill me if you don't." "Dude, the girl's already dead. How's she gonna kill you?" he replied, and went ahead after pushing Nick, which made him fall. I guess he must be feeling guilty because Rasta died because of him. I did not want to feel sympathy toward him, so I went my way. The next day, I heard the news that Nick was found dead in his apartment, and when they found him, his body was in a very bad state. It was curled up and frozen. When I reached the office, the first face I saw was that bastard Pedro. His face looked pale. I guess Nick's death may have something to do with this. The same day as I was exiting the company, I noticed him standing frozen and staring midair. It felt weird to me, so I thought of going ahead to ask if he was okay, but that was when I felt a hand over my shoulder. "Don't bother. It's all karma that's getting back to these shitheads. Why don't we go and have some coffee?" It was Carrie. I looked at her and realized what she said was true. And why should I feel sorry for them when they are the ones causing all of this? "Not coffee. Let's just go for drinks," I said, and she agreed while laughing. The next day at work, when I went to the bathroom, I noticed it was locked from the inside. I tried opening it, but no matter how hard I tried or banged on the door, it did not open, nor did someone respond from inside. I dejectedly went to the bathroom on the first floor where that annoying shit used to work. But when I got there, I did not notice him anywhere. After coming back from the bathroom, I started working again, and after several minutes, we heard someone scream from the direction of the bathroom. We went running there and saw Carrie standing at the gate, and the gate was finally opened. Carrie looked panicked, and she was pointing inside the bathroom. We went closer to see what she was pointing at, but as soon as we saw, we all got shocked and terrified at the same time. Pedro was lying dead on the floor, and his body looked all curled up and frozen. It was in the same condition as Nick's body. That was when all of a sudden I remembered that I heard Nick and Pedro arguing outside the building. Pedro was saying, "Rasta's already dead. How would she kill you? Do you think her ghost will come after you? Stop talking nonsense and get lost."
The girl. It was around 3 years ago when I found myself in a situation where I needed a job urgently. I'd been searching for a while, but had no luck until a friend of mine who used to work at Walmart offered to help. With his assistance, I was able to secure a job at Walmart, but it came with a catch. It was a night shift job. The shift would start at 10 p.m. and run all the way through till 11 a.m. the next day. At first, I was a bit apprehensive about the job, having never worked a night shift before, but as days went by, I got used to it. One night, as I entered the Walmart and changed into my uniform before starting work, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Glancing around, I noticed a new female employee staring at me intently. When our eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze and pretended to be busy with something else. I was stocking some products when I again noticed her, but this time she was standing by the time clock, staring off into space with a distant look in her eyes. I kept an eye on her and noticed that she seemed in a daze, lost in her thoughts. She started doing her work when she finally caught me looking at her. I couldn't help but observe that she seemed quiet and gloomy, as if she was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. In the middle of the night, at around 3 a.m., I was dozing off in my office chair, trying to keep myself awake when I worked. Suddenly, I heard a whisper in my ear that said, "Don't sleep." My eyes popped open, and I looked around, confused and disoriented. At first, I thought it was my manager checking in on me, but as I turned around, I saw it was the new girl. She was standing behind me, looking down at me with an intense stare. I felt a bit uneasy and wondered why she would meddle with me instead of focusing on her work. But I decided to ignore it, and stifling a yawn, I got back to work. The rest of my shift passed, being too focused on work, and I didn't have a chance to see her again. By the time I finished my work for the day, I felt drained of energy and barely had the mental capacity to focus on anything else. All I wanted to do was go home and relax. As I stepped out of the building, I took a deep breath of fresh air and began my journey back to my house, feeling revived that my day was finally over. As soon as I arrived home, I felt exhausted and headed straight to my bedroom for some much-needed rest. I dozed off quickly and slept for several hours. When I woke up at around 4 p.m., I heard my siblings bickering about a haunted place they had heard about. I didn't pay much attention to their argument and instead decided to grab a bite to eat since I was feeling famished. After satisfying my hunger, I went back to bed since I had to wake up at 9 p.m. for my night shift. I tossed and turned for a while, trying to fall asleep again, but my siblings' argument outside my room kept me awake for longer than I had hoped. Eventually, I managed to drift off. As soon as I opened my eyes, I reached for my phone to check the time and realized it was already past 9 o'clock. I felt a sense of panic rush over me as I realized I had overslept. I quickly jumped out of bed and headed to the shower. After finishing up, I dressed up hastily and rushed towards my workplace, hoping to make up for the lost time. I kept checking my phone for the time, feeling anxious with every passing minute. When I finally arrived, I was half an hour late, and my heart was racing as I prepared to face the manager's wrath. However, to my relief, he seemed to be in a good mood and let it slide despite my tardiness. I noticed I hadn't seen the new girl an hour into work. Maybe she was working in a different section, but when I didn't see her anywhere, it made me wonder if she had left after only one day. I couldn't help but feel a little curious and concerned about her sudden absence, with all sorts of questions in my mind. Had she found the work too challenging, or was it the office environment that didn't suit her? Or maybe she had some other reason for not showing up today. I could no longer contain my curiosity, so I approached the manager and asked him about the new girl I saw yesterday. However, his reaction was far from what I expected. He looked at me as if I had lost my mind and asked, "New girl? Who are you talking about?" I was taken aback by his response and repeated my question, but he still seemed confused. I explained that I'd seen a girl working yesterday, but he insisted that there was no new recruit after me. The more he denied her existence, the more anxious I became. As I returned to work, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was terribly off. It was not possible that the girl wasn't real since I remember interacting with her. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as I wondered, was she a ghost or perhaps someone pretending to be an employee? The more I thought about it, my heart raced with uncertainty. My body tensed up and a chill ran down my spine, leaving me vulnerable and uneasy. It was as if I had stumbled upon a secret I wasn't meant to know. Accused. It had been about 6 months or so since I moved to this new neighborhood, but it wasn't until recently that people experienced a series of burglaries. I could feel the tension in the air whenever I walked past others, as I could tell people were on edge and suspicious of their neighbors. I had no idea I was being suspected until one morning when I was getting ready for my part-time job, the doorbell rang. I was shocked to see 2 officers at my doorstep as I opened the door. They started asking me questions without trying to hide that I was getting suspected. Unfortunately, I had caught the attention of the police due to my criminal record from my younger years. Despite my best efforts to become a better person, people were quick to judge me based on my past. I wouldn't have revealed the bitter part of my life if it hadn't been for my job. I tried to explain to the officers that I had nothing to do with the burglaries, but they didn't believe me. After telling me that some neighbors strongly thought it was me, I was arrested and sent to prison. They didn't tell me who those neighbors were. I couldn't believe that I was being punished for something I didn't do. A few days later, when officers couldn't find any evidence against me, they had no other choice but to let me go. The worst part was that even after I was released, people still looked at me with suspicion. It was hard to shake off my past, even though I had worked so hard and had done everything in my power to turn my life around. I thought I could finally put this behind me, but I was wrong. A few days went by and another burglary happened. It wasn't until I saw the 2 nosy women, the oldest residents in the neighborhood, who were the true definition of a Karen, shout at me, "Get out of this place, you criminal!" when I was returning from work one day, that I found out who those neighbors were who were convinced that I was the culprit. After that day, they didn't try to hide their malice and hatred for me and would openly accuse me in front of others. They tried everything they could to make my life miserable and prove me guilty. It was to the point that it almost felt as if they were purposefully trying to divert people's attention toward me. They even spread rumors about me and vandalized my property. Slowly, other people started to get influenced by their behaviors and would give me dirty looks when I would pass by. The children and teenagers would openly call me names. I was at my wit's end. I had done nothing wrong, yet I was treated like a criminal. I tried to reason with those women, but they refused to listen. They were convinced I was responsible for the burglaries, and they wouldn't stop until they had proof. By that point, I had started to suspect that there was something fishy about those 2. That day wasn't going well for me because it looked like the owners of the place where I worked were planning to fire me due to the rumors and were trying to hire my replacement before doing that. I spent the work hours worried, and after finishing my work, I headed home half-heartedly. As I approached my house, I noticed that the front door was slightly ajar. My heart began to race as I quickly realized that something was wrong. I rushed inside my home and saw that it had been completely ransacked. My belongings were thrown around, my drawers emptied, and my furniture upturned. I was in shock and confusion, not knowing what to do. I immediately called the police and reported the break-in. The officers arrived quickly and searched the premises, but they didn't find any evidence pointing to the culprits. However, when questioned, those 2 women accused me of staging the burglary to cover up my tracks. Their accusations were unfounded and hurtful, adding insult to injury. I was shocked and hurt. I couldn't believe that they would go so far as to frame me for a crime I didn't even do. But I knew that I had to prove my innocence once and for all and find out the truth as to why they were so set on to blame me for those burglaries. Being fed up with false accusations, I decided to start my own investigation. I began by questioning the neighbors and gathering evidence. To my surprise, I found a pattern that led me to suspect those two women. Whenever there was a burglar in the area, they would either be out of town or sleeping inside their homes. What was even more unusual was that they would always do these things together. This coincidence seemed too strange to ignore, and it raised a lot of suspicion in my mind. I decided to keep a close eye on them and monitor their activities moving forward. After a bit more investigation and looking into the whereabouts of those days, I eventually uncovered the truth. It turned out that the two women had been behind the burglaries all along. They had been stealing from their neighbors to support their lavish lifestyle and had framed me to divert suspicion away from themselves. I presented the evidence to the police and the women were arrested. They were charged with burglary and framing an innocent man. I was finally vindicated, and my name was cleared. The incident taught me a valuable lesson about how people can be quick to judge based on one's past and how difficult it can be to gain their trust and acceptance even after being wrongfully accused. Although I worked hard to become a respected member of the community, it still seemed that some of my neighbors continued to hold my past against me, and I never truly felt like I belonged. It's better to remember that everyone deserves a fair chance and that people can change for the better, but it can be hard to overcome people's preconceived notions. Despite this, I remain hopeful that with time and effort, people will eventually see me for who I am now and not who I used to be.
It's been almost 10 years since I suffered the horrors of being stalked, and I still have nightmares about it. I remember being so bad that I was scared to take a lunch at work because he'd be just waiting in the car for me. I was too scared to even go home sometimes because on more than one occasion, he broke in and waited for me. The cops charged him for breaking and entering, but since it was his first criminal offense, he got away with just nothing but a slap on the wrist. After that, he just got creative and found other ways to psychologically torture me. I go to work and have gifts from him left at my door. I'd see him parked across the street from my house. He called any chance he could and switched up every week or so whenever I blocked a number. SIM cards and burners were just so cheap that he could easily afford to do it. One night, I was sleeping, and he somehow got into the house. I think from the garage. I'll never forget that feeling of waking up to him dragging me across my bed. That messed me up the most. I was terrified and didn't move or say a thing for what happened next. In fact, I'd rather not touch on that at all. Needless to say, after what he did, I went straight to the cops. He backed off for a while but left a flash drive on my doorstep one day. It turned out he filmed what he did to me, but it obscured his face. Let's see. I used to get the conviction because he could hide his face, but he couldn't hide certain distinct features on his body. Then match that up with him being in my apartment, and bingo. He was in prison now for a long time. This was a guy I briefly dated too. I never imagined in a million years on the first date that he'd end up being as evil as he was. But I hear people say that about some serial killers, do other real nice and charming things, until you actually get to know them. The whole ordeal had a really negative effect on my dating life. I still have trouble meeting up with new people, and if the guy acts clingy at all, I just ghost. I have done it to some pretty nice guys, to actual nice guys. I feel like they're trying to track or control me, and I just get all of those feelings of like being trapped, and then I just can't do it anymore.
It was the day when I was supposed to meet my long-distance boyfriend, Joe. We had been in a relationship for almost 5 months now, and we had never met within that time frame. I first met him through a dating app. I slowly figured that he was a nice guy, so I decided to meet him. I told him that I would go over to Whittier, Alaska where he lived. I had already packed my stuff 3 days before this day and was ready to go. So I headed out from my home and called a taxi. After getting in the taxi, I took a selfie of myself and sent him. He replied with a cute heart emoji. After about an hour or so, I reached the airport. There I took another cute selfie of myself with the full airport view and shared him again. After boarding the plane, I slept during the entire flight. "Excuse me, ma'am, you were supposed to depart here." An air hostess woke me up when we reached there. I had already booked a hotel for my stay, so I took a cab and went there. I called Joe, but his phone was engaged, so I went to take a shower to remove the travel fatigue from my body. After the shower, I checked my phone and saw messages from Joe saying that he would be waiting for me at the restaurant at 9 p.m. He had sent a cute emoji along with the address of the restaurant. There was about 2 hours left, so I quickly got dressed and put my makeup on. After that, I wore the cutest shoes I owned and I had brought with me. I called a cab and told him the address I wanted to go, but his response was a bit weird. He canceled the ride. I tried calling multiple cabs, but they all denied. And finally, after half an hour, I found one driver who was ready to go. I got in the cab but was creeped out by what he said to me. "Listen, ma'am, it's not like it's any of my business, but the place you are going, just be careful." I reached the place on about 8:55 p.m., so I wasn't late at all. I looked around, and that place was giving me weird, creepy vibes. There was absolutely no one around that area, as if it had been abandoned for years. So I tried calling Joe. Again, his phone was engaged. As I disconnected the call, a message popped up from Joe. "Just come inside. I'm waiting for you." I looked over toward the restaurant, and I was still having that feeling inside. It was like my mind telling me to stop and don't go there. But I still walked toward the entry gate. As I was walking, my each step felt heavy to me. I opened the gate and the door opened with a sound. There were many people inside and all of their heads turned toward me at the same time. I was feeling more and more anxious by the time. I found Joe sitting in the left corner seat looking at me with a serious face, which was weird because he was never a serious person. Joe is one of those guys that would make you laugh even during a serious conversation. I smiled, waved at him, and started walking there. But as I was walking, I noticed there were many people there, but no one was talking, and everyone was eating the same weird, unappetizing looking dish. I sat there at the table where Joe was sitting and greeted him, but he was still looking all serious and not saying anything. Whenever I spoke, everyone's heads would turn towards me, which made me feel anxious and agitated. The waiter came to take our orders, but I did not even take a look at the menu yet, so I picked it up, and there was already one dish on it. It was the same one that everyone was eating, so I asked him if I could ask the chef to make me a hamburger. He looked at me with an annoyed and weird expression, but still nodded. Joe did not order anything, and he was still not saying a single word. The waiter went to the kitchen, and I turned my focus toward Joe. "Are you mad at me or something?" I asked him, but he did not speak or lift his head to talk to me. At the same time, the waiter returned with the exact same dish in his hand from the menu that everyone was eating and placed it in front of Joe, and he immediately started eating it like he was possessed or something. I asked the waiter how much time it will take for him to bring me my burger, but he did not reply and went back to the kitchen. I started to feel annoyed from Joe's reactions because the place was creepy enough to make me feel scared, and I thought that it would be even worse if he was pulling some kind of crazy prank on me. I also had a random crazy thought that it was not him, so I decided to go from there without letting him know. I excused myself from him, saying that I needed to inform my parents that I had safely reached. Joe nodded his head, and this time I was sure that this is not Joe, because Joe knew that my parents were dead and I had grown up in an orphanage. As I went outside the restaurant, multiple notifications popped up. It was from Joe. There were about 20 calls and messages asking where I was. I looked back at the restaurant, and it wasn't there. Instead, there was an abandoned building there. I saw the same cab driver who was still parked there. I asked him why he hasn't left yet, so he replied, "Weren't you here to take pictures or so? Sometimes weird kids come here to take pictures of this haunted place, but they never come out, and I was thinking of leaving if you did not come back outside after a bit more time. I got in the cab and asked him to hurry back to my hotel. When I reached, I called Joe. This time, his phone got connected. He was so angry, he told me that I never reached the address he texted me, and I was not answering his calls either. Apparently, he waited for me about 2 hours and then left. I told him everything, but he did not believe me, saying that this place I was talking about does not exist at all. After that, I checked my phone. The address was different from before. The messages from before were also gone. I checked the cab driver's numbers, and there were only those numbers who denied taking me there, saying, "Give me a real address, man, and don't pull a prank over me. I'm canceling this ride."
Before I start telling this story, I have to say that this happened over 3.5 years ago, when I was between the ages of 15 and 18. All the people in the story have been changed for privacy reasons. I grew up in a pretty good-sized town. High school grades always between 800 and 1,000 students. The town was about 45 minutes to an hour from the second biggest city in the state, which is known for 3 rivers and many bridges. I have 2 older brothers, which means, obviously, I'm the youngest of 3 boys. Our mother was the general manager of my grandpa's golf course. By no means were we well off in any way, but we were far from poor, and our father was in the state police lieutenant at the time of everything happening. Cop Dad was hard on us when needed, but we all 3 learned to always be respectful, no matter what, unless extreme situations call for it. I will say that due to a very dark history, I've never had a close relationship with all of my brothers or parents. Even with all of that, I'll admit this made my dad and I slightly close even for very short periods of time, and that we only had one thing in common, that we teach protect the ones we love at all costs, even if it meant our lives. Him with my mom and family, and I with my girlfriend and nieces and nephew. When I was 15, I went to the downtown area to get food and ice cream with friends at a place about half a mile from our high school football stadium. Being that we were only 15 years old, going into our 10th grade year of high school and almost 16, we all rode our bikes to meet up. My hometown was split up into 6 wards. The restaurant was 1 to 2 miles away, and I lived in the first ward. And we came back outside to leave to do something else. I realized that my bike was missing. As soon as the group and I checked the immediate area, called my dad knowing that he was home from work, and he flew down to where I was. We all figured that he'd be livid at us, which he wasn't at all. All of my friends got on their bikes to go off in different directions towards their home to look for the bike. As my dad and I were driving towards the part of town we lived in, we saw a group of 3, 2 males, 1 female, walking down the side street toward the streets. We were on 1.5 miles from the restaurant, and the group was pushing my bike as they walked, causing me to snap to attention and say loudly, "They have my bike!" My dad stopped immediately and put the car in park in the street. We jumped out, and I laughed inside due to seeing my dad go from usual to cocked at all. He had the girl and 1 guy stand at the wall with their faces touching it, and he slammed the guy with the bike to the ground. I grabbed the bike and put in the bed of the truck. Since it was only 2 of us against 3, my dad told me to get in the truck so they don't see her face, and I said, "Screw that." And it wasn't until years later that I came to regret that the cops came and arrested all 3 of them. Now fast forward 2.5 years later. I was 18 years old and home from my freshman year of college, which was spent at a military college across the state from home. Which stuff I learned during my time at school will help out. I was out jogging at around 6 p.m. One night on the sidewalk next to the road when a car flew past me, sat at the stop sign until I passed them. Luckily, I was close to home and memorized the car's details, or as much as I could. The vehicle drove and went a lot slower than I walked into the house when they were passing. I didn't think anything was wrong with the situation, other than someone driving fast and slowing down upon realizing someone was jogging. Fast forward 1 week, and I just finished up another jog, walked into the house through the front door, which leads right into the kitchen, which has a big window that looks out to the driveway front yard, the street, and stop sign. As soon as I walk through the sink by the window to splash some cold water on my face, I hear a loud boom from outside, sounding Luke Made exploding, then 1 second of silence, then 3 loud booms, and quick succession, which thanks to being a hunter, I knew was gunfire. I dropped down, crawled to the door, grabbed the baseball bat my brother and I used before, and ran out the door. Even though I knew a bat had 0 chances of winning against a firearm, but I was hoping that I'd surprise them. When I got outside, they were driving away, and I recognized the vehicle from a week earlier that sat at the stop sign when I was out jogging. Thankfully, no one was at home at the time, since who knows where they'd been standing or what would happen. After the police came, I gave my statement, and we waited. Since the town was big for a town, it was also small enough that a lot of people knew everyone. The town's police and my brothers all joked with me, asking things like, "Did you try being a hero when no one was around?" Or would ask if I was crazy due to running outside towards gunfire without a gun. What 2 or 3 days had passed when we had received the call from the cops saying that they had caught the guy who shot the house. As it turns out, it was the same guy who stole my bike 2.5 years earlier. After finding that out, my dad and I looked at each other without saying anything. We didn't tell my mom about it being the same guy, and that he had seen me finish up and walk into the house. Luckily by chance, the guy had received 10 years for attempted murder with a weapon, attempted assault, but due to not a single person being injured in any way, no assault charges of any kind were charged towards him. So we went on with our lives, and I became an EMT during college, working on weekends and finished school. When I was 26 years old, I had stopped by my parents' house when I was in the area. I walked into the kitchen, and on the kitchen table was the town's newspaper, which the front page read something along the lines of "Local woman missing, vehicle found abandoned and burned." As I started reading the article for a second, I almost immediately ripped the kitchen table off the frame with rage. The article said the missing woman's boyfriend for some period of the time was the same guy who had stolen my bike and shot at my parents' house with me in the front window. He wasn't arrested or charged with any crime related to the missing woman at the time. I left and went back to my apartment in our way and made sure I was always carrying a pistol, except when I was working on the ambulance. Even through all of the rage that I was feeling, somewhat paranoid thoughts entered my mind. Maybe about him following me. Even if it was still unlikely. My parents left their house for a week to stay at my grandparents' house, which was empty due to him living at the golf course. Life went on from there. I still work as an EMT in the second biggest city in my state. The guy who shot at my house is currently in prison on charges of crimes not related to the murder of the lady in my hometown.
When my Nana was very young, she was fortunate enough to have been able to meet her great-grandmother. The women in our typically Irish family tend to have their children at a young age, so it's not unusual for one of the older members of our clan to be able to meet their great-grandchildren before they shuffle off their mortal coil. Now, her great-grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, always wore black. She was a scathing but witty old dear, and if she didn't like you, she would say things like, "May the cat eat you and the devil eat the cat." She was also a widow, lost her husband early on in their marriage, and stuck to her vow of perpetual mourning. The experience made her a deeply religious woman, too. I mean, every Irish person has a little of the church in them anyway, but she took her faith very, very seriously after losing her husband, and I think a lot of that is down to the circumstances in which she lost him. You see, my great-great-grandfather was a sailor in the Royal Navy, which wasn't unheard of back then since we were still subjects of the British Empire, and the ship he sailed on was named the HMS Wasp. Early one morning in the year of 1884, the crew of the HMS Wasp were given the task of ferrying a gang of bailiffs and police to this place called Inistrahall, a little island off the coast of Donegal. The police had nasty business to attend to, as on the island, 3 poor families were no longer able to pay rent to the landowner and were due to be kicked out of their houses. When the sailors found out that they were abetting such cruelty, their hearts sank. The HMS Wasp has visited them previously, delivering a few sacks of potatoes when the islands were on the verge of starvation. They knew how hard life was for the poor islanders, who somehow eked out an existence on a rock that's less than half a square mile in size. The way my Nana tells it, it was so early in the morning that the sun hadn't yet risen, but the crew of the Wasp had sailed those waters many times before, and the veil of darkness was no hindrance to them. Yet somehow, the ship managed to collide with some rocks just off of a place called Tory Island. The ship went down fast, with only 6 of the boat's passengers and crew surviving the freezing cold waters. 52 sailors, policemen, and bailiffs drowned that morning, with my great-great-grandfather being one of them. The incident was a huge scandal, and mainly because it emerged that the HMS Wasp had sunk directly within sight of a lighthouse. This meant that, by all accounts, they should have been well aware of their positioning in relation to rocks they knew well were there. So, as you can imagine, a great deal of rumor and mystery shrouded the ship's sinking, and one particular explanation seemed to capture the imaginations of the mainlanders. It was said that the folk who lived on Inistrahall Island had long been isolated from the Irish mainland and viewed mainlanders with contempt and suspicion. Hundreds of years before, Christianity had been slow to make its way over to Inistrahall, and legend speaks of a massacre that occurred there after many of the islanders refused to renounce their old gods. People said that there was still some who lived on the island that worshipped pagan deities, invoking ancient curses and performing blood sacrifices. So, when a ghastly theory emerged that the islanders had used a kind of cursing stone known as a cloc terre to sink the Wasp before it could land bailiffs on the island, people actually believed it. What's worse is that the story then tells of a local priest who heard of such ungodly practices and sailed to Inistrahall. There he located the cloc terre and promptly hurled it into the ocean to cleanse the taint of paganism from the island. The same priest then safely made it back to the mainland where, by some horrible twist of fate, slipped and fell on a walkway one day and drowned in the River Finn. People were absolutely convinced it was the curse of the cloc terre, and my great-great-grandmother was one of them. Until the day she died, she believed something unholy had risen up from the ocean to take her husband away from her. Now obviously I know that's just a silly old story my family tells, despite all my aunties swearing it's the God-honest truth. And I know because I actually did some research into the sinking of the HMS Wasp, but that didn't make what I found any less horrifying. The Royal Navy held an inquiry into the incident and were looking to court-martial the surviving sailors for negligence. Only one of the survivors had been on deck at the time of collision, and this man swore that the lights of the Tory lighthouse went dark not long before they hit the rocks. Since it was a routine journey for the crew, a junior officer was placed at the helm to gain some experience, but was so lacking in that department that he was unable to navigate in the dark, hence the ship hitting those rocks. To me, the idea of the lighthouse going dark is much more feasible than any cursing stone or what have you. But that means that the people of Tory Island colluded with the people of Inistrahall to plunge the ship carrying their tormentors into darkness. The islanders killed 52 men that morning, all to avoid being evicted from their homes. Whether or not you can blame them is another question entirely, and given that I actually lost a relative in the incident, I don't think I can give you an unbiased answer. But the fact remains that 52 people found themselves plunging into the icy waters of the Atlantic Ocean on a freezing winter's morning in complete darkness. Imagine the horror of slowly hearing the cries of your shipmates gradually falling silent until you yourself are taken by hypothermia. You certainly don't need a belief in the supernatural for that tale to give you the shivers.
There was a bar next to the subway outlet where I used to work, and there were so many incidents where people used to get so drunk that they slept outside the bar, subway, or the nearby lane. So it had become so common that I did not get fazed by it any longer. But I never knew something like this could lead to changing my life forever. One day when I was closing the outlet around 11:30 p.m., I noticed a guy lying outside the subway outlet. I clicked my tongue in disbelief and thought that if these rich brats cannot even hold their liquor, then why bother drinking so much? He was lying on his stomach, so all I could see was the back of his head and clothes. But for some reason, his figure looked extremely familiar, as if I see it every day. I started to walk toward the bus stop and kept thinking about where I may have seen the guy. I continuously argued with myself about going back and checking on him. The next day while I was working, I noticed many people in black uniforms walking past the subway and going to the bar. I continued to focus on my work, and that was when we heard a ruckus, as if there was a fight going on around there. Every person who was present there went outside to see what was going on. I too decided to have a look around what it was all about. As I went out, I noticed the owner of the bar was getting beaten as hell and bleeding from every part of his body. He noticed me watching him and pointed his fingers toward me, saying, "There's your young master, now leave me alone." As he somehow managed to let out those words, every head present then turned toward my direction. I figured it'd be best to keep my mouth shut by judging the situation on the bar owner's condition. Those men with the uniform turned, and all of a sudden, bowed their head toward me. "Our apologies, sir. We shouldn't have left your side last night. We failed your test of protecting you and are ready to accept any punishment you give us." One of them, who looked like the leader, said to me. I could not figure out the situation, but still, I decided to go with the flow if I wanted to protect my life. I hesitantly looked at them and said, "It's okay. You guys are good to go." As I said that, they looked at me with disbelief and suspicion, as if I had said something they never expected from me. "Thank you so much, Master, for forgiving us, even though we do not deserve your mercy. But don't dare to question your decision. Let's go to your mansion, sir." He opened the door to a very luxurious-looking car that I had never seen in my entire life. I silently got in without even questioning it. I figured they may have confused me with someone else and played along. A man sitting inside the car asked me, "Master, I dare to ask, why are you wearing this cheap-looking outfit?" I stared at him, trying to think of an excuse, but all of a sudden, he looked at me with an expression that seemed like he was terrified of me, and then started to apologize. It was good that I did not have to give an excuse. I had to come up with something, because someone might figure out that I wasn't the person they all were thinking about and may end up killing me. "My clothes got dirtied last night, so someone gave them to me." I could feel that my excuse was weaker and harder to believe, but I could tell that this foolish man had believed me. The car entered a huge villa, and they opened the gate for me. After that, they took me to a huge-looking room, and some servants came in to help me change my outfit. After changing, I was called into the dining hall, which seemed even bigger than my apartment, and there was a gorgeous-looking woman who came toward me and kissed me without any warning. After that, she sat near my seat and started to eat. And as I was eating, I noticed a huge portrait of someone who looked exactly like me on the front wall. I had a hunch before, but now I understood the entire situation that I was in. That night, when I was struggling with my thoughts of going back to check on the familiar-looking guy or not, I decided to go back. I went back and was shocked to see the person lying there looked exactly like me, as if I was looking in a mirror. It was not just the face, but his style, his physique, everything looked exactly like me, except he was wearing nicer clothes than mine. That was when I remembered something about doppelgangers. I had read somewhere that there are 8 of them for every person, but you're never supposed to cross paths with them, and if you do by any chance, then one of you will tragically die. I did not want it to be true, so I decided to take the guys with me to my apartment and think of a solution to prevent my death from happening. After taking him to my apartment, I started thinking of a solution. That was when a random idea popped up in my head. I thought, if this guy was to die, then I would automatically come out from the face of harm. Now, the question was, how I kill a guy without getting caught? After a while, I poured alcohol over his entire body and placed it in the kitchen. I tied his mouth and then lit his body on fire. I got out of the place, and after a while, the entire apartment was on fire. I thought if no one knew that there was anyone inside, no one would know that someone died from the fire. But I never knew the possibility of that guy being this filthy rich that people took orders from him and called him master. "Honey, do you want to play with me tonight?" the gorgeous woman said while giving me a naughty look, and I grinned while nodding my head. There was no way I was going to let this opportunity pass by me. The next day, I saw the news that the guy working in the Subway outlet near the bar died in a fire in his apartment. I closed the news and called for the girls in my room, as I was ready to play with my newfound identity.
In December of last year, I realized that because of a promotion I'd received during the summer, I was able to afford a new apartment. My old apartment had a bunch of chronic problems with it, and half of them were the kind of thing that I might have picked up on should I have given it a proper inspection beforehand. So when it came to shopping around for a new place, I was beyond thorough when it came to the kind of research I put in. After I admitted to asking an estate agent how thick the apartment door was, a friend of mine would kind of get on my case and say no landlord is ever going to offer you a tenancy. And in a way, he was right. But I found my approach only put off the dodgy landlords, while the decent ones completely understood why I was asking so many questions. Which is why when I actually found somewhere I liked, it made the experience way more stressful than exciting. I was competing with over 100 other applicants for the tenancy. It was these huge western-facing windows on the second floor too, meaning you get some incredible sunsets along with great spots for houseplants. And the shower, oh my god, the shower. Built-in waterproof Bluetooth speakers, stream jets, UV lights to stop bacteria from going anywhere. Okay, I'll quit flexing about my shower. And spoilers, I got the flat. But it's not like it gives me much joy anymore anyway. None of those amenities do anymore. And the only thing I put myself paying any serious attention to is the living room ceiling. Weird picture, isn't it? A guy just sitting there, drinking coffee, eating dinner, eyes glued to the black-white plaster above him. And I catch myself doing it an awful lot. A disturbing amount, actually. And now, I'll tell you why. Like I said, everything about this flat seemed perfect, and for the most part it was. But literally 8 days after I move in, right while I'm sitting quite confidently that everything was in working order, stuff hits the fan. I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, and the rain is just pelting against the windows. This horrible, cold December rain, the kind that makes it a kind of thrill hearing pattering against the glass. So I'm just chilling when I hear this tapping sound coming from down the hallway. I don't really think anything of it at first, like it honestly sounded like someone in the hallway outside the flat. But after a while, I decide to investigate because the sound just isn't ceasing. As I walk into the hall, I can tell almost right away that the tapping sound is coming from my bathroom, and when I open the door, I'm faced with this steady leak coming from the air vent in the ceiling. Just 8 days in. 8 freaking days, and I have a leak. Yes, it's only a minor one, but as anyone who's dealt with leaking pipes or dodgy plumbing might tell you, even the slightest amount of water can be absolutely catastrophic if a leak isn't dealt with right away. The water might pool somewhere out of reach, rotting wood and causing that disgusting stagnant water smell. It can be a massive pain. So I'm kind of panicking, looking up the names of local plumbers, cursing the landlady's name all the while for not telling me if there were leaky pipes. It had been raining all day, so it could have easily been something to do with all the rain, but I had an entire 3rd floor above me. How was the roof drainage merging with the vents? And that's when I had my big brain, or not so big brain moment, and realized that it might well be coming from the flat upstairs. Maybe they left the bath running or something. I remember thinking it was annoying, but accidents happen. I run upstairs, knock on the door of the unit directly above me, but get nowhere. Then, making sure no one's around to watch me, I kneel down and put my ear to the keyhole. Decently enough, but try explaining that to some stranger with no context. I expected to maybe hear some running water, maybe even the sound of someone mopping up the overflowed bathwater. But nothing. It's just silence on the other side. Given that I can hardly go kicking the door in, I just go back to my flat, whack a mop bucket under the leak, then get on the phone with the landlady in case she had a plumber on retainer or something. Being the nice lady that she is, my landlady calls me back within minutes to let me know a plumber is on his way. But given that he was already at a job, I'd have to wait about an hour. No big drama. It was a manageable leak, for the time being anyway, but we'd still have to gain entry into the flat upstairs to make sure if it was the source of the whole thing. So I take it upon myself to walk back upstairs every so often to check if someone had returned home. At least, I presume they were out. There was no reason why they wouldn't just answer the door, right? I checked the first time. Then the second was maybe 50 minutes later. Then the third was just shy of 9 at night, like 20:57 on the dot. I remember because it was 15 minutes before the plumber was due to arrive, and I checked the clock just before making one final trip upstairs to check if the neighbors were home. Only when I get to the front door of the flat, which I'm 100% certain had been closed for the previous 2 calls, I can see that it's ever so slightly ajar. I'm certain someone is home by that point, so out of pure politeness, I get to the door a few loud knocks before shouting like, "Hello?" Expecting someone to appear any second, but again, there's no reply. But that time, I can definitely hear the sound of dripping water inside the apartment. So I go ahead and push the door open, seeing that almost the entire carpet is soaking wet. The flat is laid out exactly like mine, so I know the first room I'm going to encounter is the bathroom. The linoleum floor is flooded, the sink is flooded, but the taps are off. There's just a steady drip, drip, drip from one of them, like it hadn't been turned off all the way. When I call out to see if anyone's home, kind of worried I might be seen as rude for just sort of barging in. Yet I'm greeted by complete silence. Just the sound of my own trainer squishing on the sodden carpet as I'm walking through the flat. If you're imagining this as being somewhat of a creepy scene, you'd be dead right. The closer I got to the living room, the more I realized that something might be terribly wrong there. And what do you know? There was. I think I knew she was dead from the moment I laid eyes on her. It was the awkward way she was lying there on the soaking wet floor with her eyelids kind of half closed. It's hard to describe, but I've never seen a person look like that. Like she was frozen in mid-blink or something. I just knew, you know? Like the gut reaction was so intense that I simply didn't need to check the girl's pulse. I didn't need to call out for her to wake up. I mean, I did just in case. Part of that gut reaction to death was wanting her to wake up. Pretty purely selfish reasons too, so I'd stop freaking out. But it was no good. She was gone. So I called 999. I tried some CPR and chest compressions as best as I could manage, but nothing would rouse her. It was the single most traumatic experience of my life, just splashing around in the half-flooded flat, begging the poor girl to wake up. All before the moment I finally just sat on my butt and accepted that she was dead and there was nothing more I could do. I never cried like that before. I'm not ashamed to admit it, and I stayed sat there like that until I saw blue flashing lights in the window. At first, the police were brilliant. They came in my flat with me, made a note of the leak, telling me it was going to be okay and that I did everything right. I just sat there nursing a cup of tea and telling them everything exactly as it happened. I remember touching on the whole fact that the door seemed to have spontaneously opened, meaning that at some point in the time between 2035 and 2057, either the victim or her killer had opened the flat's door for whatever reason. The 2 policemen shot each other this look that I misinterpreted as like an oof moment in retrospect. I think that was a sign of things to come. They definitely started by treating me like I was the poor innocent member of the public who happened to have stumbled across the tragic death of a young woman. But it didn't take long before they changed their attitude entirely. I got a call from a policeman calling himself D.I. Walker, who politely invited me to the local police station for further questioning. He assured me I wasn't in any trouble. They just wanted to go over a few details with me in light of new evidence that had emerged. It was an informal chat, no need for a solicitor or anything serious like that. So me being an absolute tool, I volunteered to talk to 2 murder police in an interview room with no one else present. They kept up the good cop routine for a while, going over my statement with me while buttering me up for trying the CPR. But a distinct change of tone came when one of the CID blokes asked me if I'd ever been up to the girl's apartment before the night in question. I told them now that I'd only been there for just over a week when the leak started, and as much as it makes me sound like a bit of a jerk, I'm just not the kind of guy to greet new neighbors with a freaking muffin basket or whatever. Then bizarrely, their follow-up question was if I knew anything about electricals, like if I've ever worked as an electrician or repaired appliances for a living. Again, I told them now, but it was my turn to ask a question. Mainly, why they asked me such an unexpected question. That's when they hit me with the fact that I was basically their number 1 suspect, and the way the guy said it was honestly horrific. Look, mate, the thing is, we've come up against a bit of a brick wall here, and we're hoping you can help us out. We started off all friendly like we were old pals or something. You've given a brilliant statement here, and we're really grateful for you going into such detail and giving up your spare time. There's just one big problem. You said you knocked on the flat about 3 times between 8 and 9 o'clock. I wanted about 20 till and once just before 9. We got the time of death as being 8:45 at the very latest. So you're saying you didn't hear anything when you knocked the second time. Well, something is going on in the flat that causes the girl's death. I find that very confusing, don't you? I remember every word that he said, and I knew it wasn't even meant to be accusatory. I don't think, not overtly anyway, but I knew what they were getting at. They had to eliminate me as a suspect. But unfortunately for me, that was much easier said than done, because my fingerprints were everywhere, my clothes fibers were everywhere, and there wasn't a single witness of anyone else having visited that girl's flat that day. No one but me, by my own admission. It started to become obvious that the police actually had a suspect in mind, and it was me. Although I was never actually arrested in the weeks that followed, I had my flat searched twice, and police were almost constantly hanging around the building both flats were in. I noticed that they seemed to take particular interest in the building's wiring, and once or twice they seemed to be accompanied by some kind of tradesman, I'm guessing an electrician. And that's about the time I pieced together that the police thought the girl had died in some kind of freak electrical accident. Maybe a current had run through the flooding and just zapped it right there. But wouldn't that mean that I'd get electrocuted too? But that's just it. Despite the police refusing to tell me much about the investigation, I'm pretty sure they theorized that I'd somehow killed the girl using a jolt of electricity, which in my book showed how stumped they were for a legit theory. Don't get me wrong, the prospect of being the main suspect in the murder, getting a wrongful conviction or something, that's a terrifying thing for sure. But like I mentioned, I was never arrested, and after a while, the whole thing just went away. Naturally, I wanted to know everything the police knew concerning my neighbor's death. But after basically being accused of murder by one of them at one point, I wasn't all that keen on drawing any more attention to myself. What's clear is that I was just meters away from a murder I had no idea was happening, and that I'd only just missed whoever the killer was when they slipped out of the apartment and left the door open. But why would they leave the door open? I couldn't have known that there was a leak, so why not just close the door and roll out the possibility of someone stumbling across the murder scene? And what was the point of flooding the flat in the first place? It wasn't just the bathroom sink. The kitchen sink was overflowing too, but why? On top of that, I don't get the whole electrocution angle either. It seems like such an elaborate way to kill someone, flooding the apartment and then running a strong enough current through the water. And how would a person go about doing that remotely? Because they'd have to. Otherwise, they'd be killed too. Which leads me back to the question of who opened the door then? Was it some elaborate way of taking her own life and she wanted someone to find her before she went rotten? Too many questions. So are you all starting to understand why I spent an awful lot of time just staring at my ceiling? Now I can't seem to shake all the questions that have arisen since I moved in here. And what's worse, I'm kind of stuck here. Yeah, it's a nice place, but Jesus, it's tainted now. And it's going to take a long time before I'm going to feel normal again here. It's not like I have the money for a new deposit, and finding a place I actually like is tough going. And that's the gist of it, I suppose. I've been living under what feels like a tomb, and the mysteries of my neighbor's death have been keeping me up at night for freaking months now. I'd been very interested to hear other people's theories on this because, much like the police seem to be, I'm completely flummoxed as to what the explanation is. I mean, it's probably something perfectly rational, something tedious but tragic. But then again, sometimes my imagination starts taking over, and I start thinking that something entirely more sinister is to blame. My father used to work with MNC, and he is often out on trips overseas, and it just gets easier for me to fool around since me and my father are the only ones at home. So once he is gone, I get the home to myself for months. I used to accompany him when I was a kid, but then I stopped once I was 14. Now that I was 18, I had much more freedom and everything was easy. We were pretty rich, so it wasn't like we had hard times or something like that. It was a very easy breeze for me, and I was enjoying my time being on my own. I would call my friends and we would hang out till the late sometimes, playing video games or just hanging out with girls from back in school. We were having the time of our life, and it was amazing to just be all on my own. And then one day, out of nowhere, comes my father with this woman. She was gorgeous, and probably had some work done on her with the looks of it. At first, I thought that maybe she is just a guest and will leave soon with Dad, but as Dad packed up for his next trip, Miss Osaka just stood there saying goodbye, and there was this immediate disappointment that I felt. It looked like my freedom was vanishing right in front of my eyes, and there was nothing I can do. The friends, seems like I can't invite them over anytime soon now. I was pissed. I was really very angry. She just stopped me from being cool as she was present. First month, she was much more warmer, but as we grew close, she started being a colossal stuck-up cow and stopped me from having fun at all. She would sit at the front room and stop me from going outside. And first, I thought it was just some naive cultural thing. But sooner, she would be aggressive and stop me from moving at all. Her soon not-so-scary-looking actions became hostile as her stays became frequent. She would go on with the father sometimes, but sometimes she would just stay and make my life a living hell. And then the day came when she married my father and made my life officially a hell. And then I had to make a decision that I have to leave the house and move out in my own place. I told my father the plan. At first he agreed and decided that he will help me out. And then later, upon discussing with my stepmother, he refused. Stepmother won't let me out. She wanted me to stay with her. She was trying to control everything from the finances to all of us. I was adamant, and I did the move out all by myself. And then I was coming back to get my old stuff, when she got closer and bashed my head. And then I woke up and saw myself tied to the chair. I was surprised, angry, and in shock all at the same time. I screamed, and then told her that she had gone completely crazy. And then she just shouted at me, "I need my family close." I mean, having a caring stepmother would have been good, but a crazy, obsessive stepmother who won't let me leave. She kept me tied there for around 3 days and would feed me with her own hands, and she was completely a psycho mother. And then a week later, I woke up to see my dad tied too. I jokingly said, "Welcome to the party," and then he just instantly regretted every moment with that psycho. I knew what she wanted, and then I said, "Let's have a family dinner with Mom." And as I said, she just started crying and then hugged me and untied me and my father and said,
All I wanted was to be a family and be loved. And as she did that, I couldn't help but feel bad for her and probably all the trauma that she must have gone through. But still, she was a psycho. So I tackled her and pinned her to the floor, called the police, and did everything to get her arrested. Took us months to move on. My father just won't date a woman anymore, and I guess it is for the better for me and for him. I did eventually move out in case he decided to do that all once again. Two summers ago, I met a girl on that dating app Bumble. I previously tried my hand at Tinder and Plenty of Fish, but I found that anyone I'd reached out to or matched with was less than reluctant to take our conversations offline. That's when I heard about Bumble. Now, for those of you that don't know, Bumble is the dating app where women make the first move. I'm guessing that makes them feel more comfortable and in control of any particular correspondence. So I figured I'd increase the chances of finding someone that actually liked me enough to want to talk. At first, it proved to be no different than any other dating app. And I hate to break it to any guys thinking of trying it, but it's more than often the same old story of match and don't talk. However, like most things, persistence is key. And in the end, I ended up matching with a girl who seemed genuinely interested in me. I don't really want to use her name, so we'll just call her Danielle for the sake of ease. And given the embarrassing nature of the story, I won't be telling you much about me either. Danielle was really nice at first. We definitely were into the same sort of things, but that was fine. She had this infectious passion for things she was into, and that made me want to learn more. And of the things that she was into in a big way was Japanese anime. I don't think I'd watched the cartoons when South Park first came out, and I know it makes me sound a bit dull, but subtitled films just aren't my thing. But the thing that I did find compelling was some of the artwork. Like, I remember she was into a series called, and please forgive me if I get it wrong, Attack on Titan. From what I could gather was basically just a war between giants and regular humans, but the scale at which some of the art is drawn, it really makes for some compelling viewing. So me and Danielle went on a couple of dates, and after the fourth time, we'd met up for food. She asked me if I wanted to go back to her place. Of course I said yes, and within an hour or so, we were making out on her couch with some Netflix documentary providing a little background noise. Things got gradually steamier and steamier, until suddenly, she jumped up off the couch, excused herself, and then disappeared into the bedroom. I thought she might be going to get some rubber or something more on an oil change into something a bit comfier, but instead, she reappeared with her laptop under her arm, telling me she wanted to show me something. I had my suspicions about what it was, as she'd hinted at certain lewd interests of hers. Her choice of words, not me. But when she actually showed me, well, it was something else. They were all pictures drawn in that same anime art style, but they were all of the girls in states of semi-undress. Unusual. Yeah, but I'm not going to lie to you and say it wasn't unappealing. I mean, it was quite the opposite. It was magnetic. Some of the girls had a certain feline aesthetic to them, which both myself and Danielle found very attractive. She added that it was the exact aesthetic she wanted to replicate. It was just a case of finding the right guy to try it with. I think I must have blushed so hard that I had closely resembled a tomato. Because obviously the implications here was that this guy she wanted to try things with, that guy was me. I'd only ever had very vanilla relationships before then, so the prospect of trying something new was beyond exciting for me. Anyway, we continued to cuddle for a bit, and then when we were sufficiently pooped, she invited me to sleep in her bed with her for sleeps, nothing more, but I was okay with that. But then, at the risk of sounding a bit weird, we didn't exactly finish our little makeout session, if you catch my drift. So I was left with a rather distinct urge, the kind that if it went unanswered would end up in causing a distinctly blue kind of discomfort. And for those who have empathy and not just sympathy, I'm sure you know just how painful it can be. The last thing I wanted to do was wake Danielle up by doing that next to her sleeping body, So I quickly got up, went into her TV, Roman opened her laptop. I knew her password was just Mince, the name of the gerbil she had recently lost, so I plugged that in and found the folder with all the lewd pictures she showed me. It turned out that the collection she'd showcased just hours before had been but the tip of the iceberg. Danielle must have saved literally thousands of those pictures, and it's sorted into a variety of subgenres, shall we call them. Some of them were definitely up my street, others not so much. And in the end, I found myself perusing the different kinds of material instead of focusing on the task at hand. It's then that I noticed that that particular folder seemed hidden within another. All of the folders tended to be called things that sounded like Japanese words, which I'm guessing were the codes or direct names for whatever they contained. But one was labeled with nothing but a few punctuation marks, and unlike the others where a few preview images gave you an idea of what the folder contained, this one had nothing of the sort. At first, I was a bit reluctant to click on it. Then turned out to be the pictures of Danielle in a state of undress. I'd be mortified. Seeing something like that would feel like peeking behind the curtain when it wasn't the right time. Like I was pent up, but not that pent up. It's still, my curiosity got the better of me. I decided I'd double click, take a peek, and if it was anything remotely human looking, I'd just close the folder and move on. I was way more nervous than I should have been. But in the end, I double-clicked and took a peek from out the corner of my eye. What I see still doesn't contain any actual real human beings to my infinite relief. But instead, I saw things that gave me a whole new reason to wish I hadn't opened that mystery folder up to my initial relief. All I saw was more animated stuff, but on closer inspection, this stuff was much more different than the other things I'd seen. The first thing was a GIF in which a girl is going down on the guy. Pretty hard stuff. So I settled in to enjoy it if you catch my meaning. Only the moment I get comfortable, the guy in the animation pulls out a gun of all things and puts it to the girl's forehead. I had no idea she was into this weird non-consensual stuff for being scared while being intimate, but it was honestly really shocking. But then it got so much worse. I actually gasped when the guy pulled the trigger, and the amount of cartoon gore that came out of the exit wound was absolutely horrific. Then, instead of ending the horrid little affair, the guy carries it on. He keeps, and God, I don't even know if this is the right word, but using her all I could do was watch an absolute horror as both he and the GIF finished. And the whole thing began to loop again. A rush to close it before it could be, then I just leaned back into the couch, kind of shaken at what I had just seen. I've never been the squeamish type, so that wasn't really the issue. And neither am I a kind of prude. But can you blame me for reacting that way? I've never seen anything so horrendously violent in my entire life. But at the same time, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was literally mind-blowing that someone out there had put the time and effort into creating something so utterly repulsive. It was like walking past a car accident at the side of the road. And he knows you shouldn't look and you almost don't want to. But at the same time, you can't help yourself. The next thing I clicked on was a still image, but somehow it was even worse than the first I'd seen. It was like a before and after picture and including the girl in some kind of restraining device similar to medieval stocks. Only instead of being held in that bent over way you'd imagine the girl was being held in, a way that her head and her hindquarters were protruding from the same side of the device. In the first picture, the girl was almost expressionless, no damage on her. The second picture, however, totally different. The girl is most definitely deceased. She's missing appendages, and most of the things that should be inside her are very much on display through various gashes and slashes. Again, the detail was absolutely painstaking. Someone must have put hours upon hours of work into such a thing, staring continuously at something that was literally nightmare-inducing. And there were thousands of those things. Some including things like giant insects or cannibalism, all tucked away in some nameless folder. Presumably, it was difficult to find things online, and that's why she had to save them to her hard drive. But there was definitely a moment when I figured she might be actually making them herself. So by that point, I'm thoroughly creeped out. I kind of want to confront Danielle on what I've seen, but at the same time, I know I'm being a bit judgmental. She had warned me that she was into some less than conventional things, and I'd found the idea of that to be attractive. But that weird, like ultra-violent level of weird, I don't know if I could handle that. I came to the conclusion that I bring it up to her at some point, make it clear that her more violent tastes weren't something that I shared. Then we could just sort of go on like I hadn't seen it. I mean, I used to play at GTA Vice City back in the day. I loved it too, but it didn't mean that I went on a mass murder cocaine dealer did. Besides, the last thing I wanted to come across as was some handcuffed clutching prude, and there was more to it than just artwork, because before it closed the folder and shut her laptop, I scrolled right to the bottom of the folder to take in just how much content was there. And that's when I saw another folder with a similar Elite Gibberish label. Inside was what I initially thought was more animation. Each file was a video, and since I can only see red lights and dark backdrop, I figured it'd be another disturbingly artistic depiction of an execution, or at least something to that effect. But as I opened up the video, I instantly realized that it wasn't any kind of animation. It was an execution that much I'd guessed correctly, but it was real. In fact, every single video in there depicted a murder or accidental death, the former being the heavy majority. Accompanying the video was a text file. One seemed to feature a commentary on each of the videos. I couldn't tell if Danielle was the author of it or not, but even then it made for some extremely disturbing reading. One tract of the text explained how the author actually envied one of the video's victims, adding having a look at post-mortem tranquility in their eyes was something they wanted to experience themselves. I don't even want to begin to unpack how wrong and disturbing of an idea that is. Not right now anyway. But what was even creepier were the strong central overtones that seemed to drift from this person's writing. They were getting off from what they were seeing. It was as simple as that. They weren't just getting off to the idea of dying either. They were getting off on the idea of being the one doing the killing too. I had to remind myself that finding this kind of material on anyone's computer would make for a horrendous discovery, but finding it in the same space as more suggested material, God, that made it extra terrifying in my mind. I gathered up my things, got dressed, went home. There I deleted all of Danielle's contact details, blocked her various accounts, binges, chunked the whole thing up as a loss. I have to admit to getting a little bit attached to her over the 5 or 6 weeks we were dating, and it really felt grim that I was severing all ties with her. But what else could I do? Start a relationship with someone who secretly harbored violent erotic fantasies, going to get married and have some kids with someone who was quite evidently excited by some of the most horrific images I've ever likely to see. I understand that someone isn't strictly neurotypical, as they say on Twitter these days, but I'm certainly not about to start a life with them or create life with them either. Not when they have a very distinct interest in snuffing it out. Okay, so for some background, I'm a female and the story takes place. I was a junior in high school, so I was about 16 to 17. Throughout the story, I'm now a sophomore in college, so this is about 4 years ago. I get to school on the first day, and my Italian teacher is new. He was an old, maybe only about 25 or 26. He looked nice enough, not visibly creepy. He was pretty short, maybe only about 5'7", and I'm 4'11" and 100 pounds. So basically, everyone is bigger than me. We'll call this teacher Mr. C. Fast forward a month or two, I remember it was just starting to get cold out. Everything in this class has been pretty normal. I do notice he basically only calls on girls and stands a little too close, but nothing too out of the ordinary. I did the musicals in high school, so I would often be there until about 9 or 10 p.m. rehearsing. This one particular day, there were parent-teacher conference. So basically, All the teachers were there very late. For musical nerds like me, we were doing Legally Blonde and I was playing Margot, one of Ellie's friends. My costume for this scene was a little raunchy. It was a short white tennis skirt with an athletic tank top and some Converse. I also had on a little pink bow in my hair, and that part is important. So I have to pee really bad. So I walked quickly to the closest bathroom, which was upper floor and down the hall. Mr. C's room happened to be a few doors down from the girls' bathroom. Most of the teachers had finished their conference by the time and had left. I saw a light on in Mr. C's room, so I glanced over, and he was sitting in there by himself packing up his stuff. I didn't think he noticed me, and I kept walking till I got to the bathroom. I did my business, and as I was finishing up, I heard the bathroom door open. I thought it was weird, but just assumed it was one of my classmates. But the footsteps sounded a little too loud to be a high school girl's. So I walked out of the stall, and literally just standing there in the bathroom was Mr. C. I was just standing there frozen. This was so weird. I tried to say something, but nothing came out. I was honestly freaked. After a few seconds of just staring at each other, he handed me my bone, says, "You dropped this, Cherry." I just gave him a little smile and quickly thanks, grabbing it, got out of there. I didn't even wash my hands. I was honestly so incredibly freaked out. It wasn't until a few seconds later that I realized the economy Cherry. This made me stop dead in my tracks. My dad calls me Cherry because I had red hair as a little kid. It's brown now. Literally no one knew about that nickname, not even my friends. My dad had passed away 8 years ago. I started running until I got back to my classmates. My friend Eva noticed that I looked shaken up. She asked me what was wrong, and I just broke down crying. It wasn't really about my creepy teacher. More about the memories of my father, I suppose. She quickly took me into an empty classroom and sat with me while I cried. After I'd gotten on most of my tears, I told her everything that had happened. She was livid, but I convinced her not to tell anyone because I was embarrassed. I know, I'm an idiot. She didn't have Mr. C, but stopped by my class with him once to grab my car keys when her art project was in my car. She told me later when we were driving home that he had looked at me really weirdly. She said it was the way a predator looks at its prey. Yeah, huge red flags everywhere. But I was super innocent and just generally naive at the time. After this, nothing happened for another month or two. I had honestly forgotten about everything, but I still remember the day my life changed forever. The day everything started, January 16th. I had just gotten home from school and went on Facebook. I had a friend request from a guy named Jake. He was super attractive, and a few people from my school were friends with him. So I assumed he went to a school in a nearby town. I shrugged and accepted his request. What I didn't notice was weird was that he had about 5 photos, all posts in the last 2 days, but I ignored it. So basically, 5 seconds after I accept, I get a message from this J kid. He says, "Hi, cutie," with a winky face. We talked for hours, and we both had so much in common. We loved to draw, had 2 older siblings, our parents were both remarried. Our favorite color was both periwinkle. Well, we both loved Billy Joel. The list went on and on. It was honestly pretty strange. He asked me if I wanted to hang out, and I said yes, but that I had cheer practice and the rehearsal right after. He sounded pretty angry and told me I was lying, and then called me a derogatory term. He sent about 100 messages about how it was disgusting, and I started panicking and just blocked him. I tried my best to ignore it and went to cheer practice. Cheer was from about 5:30 to 7, and then I had rehearsal from 7:15 to 9:30. Ava and I planned to grab something from McDonald's in our 15-minute break. In the middle of cheer, Eva sprained her ankle, so her mom came to pick her up. After I finished cheer practice, I decided I would just go to McDonald's by myself. It was freezing, and I was in a tiny cheer uniform, so I ran to my SUV and hopped inside. I clicked the push to start button, and nothing happened. What? That was strange. I tried again, a few more times with no success. I called my stepdad and he said I should just leave my car there and go back inside, and he would pick me up from rehearsal and check out my car. I was honestly so angry about not getting my chicken nuggets that I hadn't even realized that I'd never unlocked my car. I knew 100% that I locked it, and I didn't have to unlock my car to get back in. I didn't figure this out until weeks later and actually cried when I realized, because that meant that someone had actually messed with my car. I bought this car myself, so it was kinda my baby. Also angry and stopped my way back inside, having no clue why my car wouldn't start. A kitty not the second I walked inside, I slammed right into Mr. C. I had no idea why he was still at school. The only other teacher here was my drama director, so he really shouldn't have been there. Sorry, I murmured, quickly walking away, when I felt a hand grab my arm. Like honestly, really tight. And I even winced a bowling back to him and asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, but my car wouldn't start. His face literally lit up. It was actually really creepy. He said, I was actually headed to McDonald's if you wanted to come with me. This is when I started to freak out. How did he know I was going to McDonald's? Why was he asking me, a child, to come with him to McDonald's? That was not normal at all, and I felt pretty scared. I actually have rehearsal, thank you though. His face quickly changed from happiness to extreme anger. I really got terrified of what this man was playing. His grip was still on my arm and I felt trapped. He took a deep breath and said, well, I'll be waiting here after your rehearsal, and we can go after. I have a black pickup truck. He quickly walked away to make sure I didn't have time to answer. I just stood there in shock, not knowing what was going on. My friend Maya suddenly appeared saying my director was looking for me and I needed to come to rehearsal. I quickly sped off with her, trying to figure out what I was going insane or if that had actually happened. After rehearsal, I was so genuinely terrified that I asked my stepdad to come to a different entrance because I said I was exhausted, and asked if he could go get my car tomorrow. He reluctantly agreed. On the way home, we passed my car, and sitting right next to it was a black pickup. I just about stopped breathing, but tried to calm down not to show my stepdad. Again, a dumb move on my part. I should have just come straight forward. The next day, I received a text from an unknown number when I woke up. It said it was from Jake and he apologized. Everything said he was having girl troubles and was so sorry. Like the idiot I accepted it. And we began talking again. After a little bit, I mentioned the school that I went to, and he said his uncle worked there. I was shocked, and as to I didn't even know what I was expecting, but of course he said Mr. C. Then he sent a blurry picture of a man and a teen boy fishing at a lake, and the man was obviously Mr. C. But the boy was not this Jake kid. Like it was someone completely different, and even in a different ethnicity. And then I realized that this person I was talking to was Mr. C. I immediately powered off my phone and just started crying. I was so freaked out. A mom walked into my room with my laundry and saw me sobbing. She asked what was wrong, and I broke down and told her everything. She flipped her lid on, called the cops, talked to my school. The next day, Mr. C wasn't in class. I found out a few weeks later that they found a ton of illicit images of children on his computer, and when they asked what his intentions were with me, he flat out said he was in love with me, wanted to get me pregnant, steal me, and marry me. Yeah, I'm still very traumatized after a few years. I know my story isn't as crazy as some people's, but it could have been much, much worse. I've been hugely into online gaming for as long as I can remember. As many others might testify, beating your friends on split-screen Mario Kart was fun, but beating some faceless stranger on Age of Empires 2 has a legit rush. Like, I always imagined it was some super smart older kid and getting their butt handed to them by me, the 10-year-old tactical genius, and the whole thing kicked off a love affair with online games that stayed strong ever since. But the past 8 years or so, my game of choice has been Counter-Strike Global Offense. Being a sweaty FPS veteran, I played the first game a whole bunch and was super excited to get to grips with its successor. When I got my hands on it, I was hooked, and over the years, I moved from clan to clan, playing with an ever-shifting international group of people until I settled on the clan. And now it's run by his husband and a wife pair in their 40s, and they generally keep the whole operation running smoothly and drama-free, hence why it's been my steady clan for the past couple of years. I say generally because there was one quite significant incident involving another clan member that had a significantly negative impact on my life. So there's this one particular girl that I used to play with quite regularly who had the username K9 Disclaimer. Not her exact username. I just don't want her to hear me telling about the story so she can't find me again. At first, Kay actually seemed really cool, and judging from her profile picture, pretty cute too. She was exactly the kind of girl I'd been crushing on back before I was married. But since I was with Lena, all that kind of stuff was totally off the cards, and the relationship we had was entirely platonic. My whole life was going swimmingly for a while, and I was very happy. Right up until my wife decided that she wasn't so happy, and that she was going to file for divorce. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I had no idea she was so unhappy with our marriage, and as much as she insisted it wasn't me, that she had her own issues going on, I still blame myself. Add on to that the fact that she would be seeking full custody of our 3-year-old daughter. I was broken. I sank into the pit of drinking and stayed up super late, losing myself in single-player stuff because I just couldn't face interacting with people. I did make an effort to keep the clan updated, like I didn't want them thinking that I died or ghosted or whatever. So I told them about the divorce and how I wasn't feeling so hot. They were super supportive, and I'll always remember that, and they had the presence of mind give me the time and space that I needed to get myself together again. All but one canine, like I said, Kay, was just my type, and I know that there was a slight chemistry between us. But in the aftermath of getting such horrible news, I was in no mood to contemplate dating again, and I knew I wouldn't be getting back on that horse anytime soon. But Kay didn't see it that way. Apparently, and over the following weeks, showed herself to be anything but the friend that I needed right now, as she once put it. It started off all innocent, getting my real name off a mutual friend so she could wish me well on Facebook. It was an unexpected intrusion, but not entirely unwelcome one. She was worried. I got that. So I let her know I was in a bad place, but then I was dealing with it. The conversation was amicable. She sent me a friend request that I had no problem accepting. Then, that was that. Or so I thought anyway. What started as a few gentle inquiries quickly turned into something totally overwhelming. After a week or so of getting messages from K9, the tone had gone from kind and understanding to weirdly accusatory. A perfect example of this is when she messaged me something like, "I want to hear more from you," or "hear from you is only making me feel worse. Need to understand that your actions have an effect on those around you." Now this is like one of the lowest points of my life, and she's sending me messages like that. It didn't just make a depressing situation all the more draining. It actually turned a switch in me, and I started to feel anxious and angry towards her. This is about the time I just started ducking her messages entirely. I didn't need that kind of drama in my life. I had enough on my plate as it was. The next escalation came when my soon-to-be ex-wife called one morning, presumably to talk about some depressingly tedious aspect of her upcoming divorce. Only, it wasn't the divorce that had prompted her call. It was something else entirely. She started off the call by asking who in God's name is insert K9's real name, and she sounded livid. I remember just sitting there in shocked silence for a moment, neurons firing my brain as I pieced all together in a matter of seconds. Except, and K9's friend request meant that she had access to every one of my Facebook contacts, a type of privacy I never really thought of previously, which obviously included all of my close friends and family along with my soon-to-be ex-wife. I tried to explain that Kay was someone I played CSGO with and some innocent explanation, but I knew what was happening. Kay had obviously been in touch with my wife, and whatever message she'd sent, it definitely not been friendly. But far from being friendly, Kay's messages have been downright abusive, and from my wife described, straight up threatening in several places. She said she'd be in touch with the police to file a complaint, but how that wouldn't be necessary. Fine, just kept my freaking mouth shut. So now, not only is Kay not helping things, she's actively making things worse. And what's more, her behavior's reflecting badly on me too. As my ex's divorce lawyer would most definitely use her messages in any kind of custody battle, so for the first time in about a week, I reached out to Kay to ask her to stop what she was doing. It was a well-worded, polite message, which I actually redrafted to make it sound as non-confrontational as possible. But still, she took it terribly. She tries calling using the messenger feature, and that won't pick up. And she just bombards me with apologies at first, confessing her love, until her mood switched and her tone got decidedly nasty. I don't want to go into too many details, but what she said, it was long-winded, drawn out, and thoroughly upsetting. But let's just say a lot of it involved my crumbling marriage and my ability as a father, something that really hit home at the time. I was heartbroken, but I had the wherewithal to do the right thing and just cut Kay out of my life. I blocked her on Facebook, Discord, and Steam, and foolishly think she's gone for good, and that I can do my grieving in peace and get back to online gaming when I feel good and ready. Literally about a month later, boom, the pandemic happens. I don't mean to make light of a horrible situation, but the whole work from home thing was exactly what I needed. I could do my homework in my own space, and I didn't have to suffer through having to go into public during my post-divorce stubble and hangover periods. Naturally, working from home meant Zoom calls galore. I don't think many people have even heard of Zoom before the pandemic, but now I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't. Just imagine owning stocks in Zoom pre-COVID. He'd be Scrooge McDuck style rich right now. But anyway, one afternoon, I'm in a Zoom meeting with my head of department and a few of my coworkers. There's no real agenda. We're just kind of rambling about a new project we were working on, doing it more for the social contract than anything. It's a chill meeting, but I am psyched about the project. Upper management eyes won't be all over it when it's completed, and given it's my brainchild, my name is going to be all over it. When all's said and done, I can be in line for a shift of the company ladder, and you can only imagine what that prospect is doing for my self-esteem and confidence post-divorce. I'm drinking less and focused for the first time in months. You get the idea. So I'm not sure if you know how Zoom works, but unless the host sets a password, pretty much any Zoom user can jump into the call to either participate or, in some cases, disrupt it. But this is late April, and the fan of moronic YouTube kids hacking Zoom calls hasn't quite taken off yet. So generally speaking, anyone who jumped into the call was a company employee. A little box pops up stating someone's name. They can then switch their camera on and participate as well. So right in the middle of the Zoom call, same old thing happens. A little box pops up, and what we think it's like Adam from another branch popping in to talk numbers or something. Only, the name isn't anything we recognize. In fact, it's not even a name at all. It just has a series of letters and numbers that has a sound like hi, who just joined this new users and saying or doing anything. But we know they can hear us. I just assume we're waiting for them to load in or switch their webcam on or something, but we're left waiting in an uncomfortable silence for the longest time. And only when my head of department threatened to kick them from the card, they actually streamed the video. I didn't recognize who it was at first, but when I did, the sinking feeling of dread was indescribable. It was K9, only she didn't quite look how I remembered her. Instead of the cute bubbly features and shock of blonde hair, Kay looked like she lost a ton of weight, and the once glossy long hair had looked thin and greasy. And boss says something like, "I'm sorry, may I ask who just joined?" He tried to remain polite, but you can see how shocked and creeped out he is by what he's seeing. I mean, Kay looked awful, almost like she was dying. I should have acted quicker. I know that I should have just manned up and told my boss to kick her, that she was going to cause trouble. But on some level, I still cared about Kay. And seeing her in such a bad way was as upsetting as it was morbidly curious and horrifying. "Where you been?" she asked, using my real name. There was no denying it now. "I missed you so much. I haven't eaten. I haven't slept. I just need to know you're okay." "You know this girl?" one of my coworkers asked. But it was barely a question. It was more like an indictment. Like it was saying something must be wrong with me that I know a girl like that, and that somehow it was my fault. She was in such a state in the first place, I don't think I have long left, Kay. Then went on to say, following up with, "I just wanted to say goodbye. But I wanted to show you something before I go." She backs off from the camera a little. At this point, I know that I should have just hung up her screen, something, but we all just couldn't stop staring. And honestly, I felt like I was in some kind of dream. Raising up her arm, and we could all see that she had cut 4 letters into her arm. The cuts looked like they were scabbing over, but still looked incredibly painful, swollen, and possibly infected. But despite the grainy webcam footage, we can clearly say with the letters spelled my name. Then poof, she's gone. She hangs up. There's a stunned silence for a moment before my boss says something along the lines of, "I think you should go check on your friend." Next thing you know, I'm kicked from the call. At this stage, she might have just messed up probably the most important meeting in a long time, but I'm honestly too angry, and in some ways worried about her. I jump back into my Facebook account, only it's my turn to dig up as much information on her as I can. I spin the message over to a guy that happened to be tagging a lot of her photos, asking if he's seen or spoken to Kay in the past couple of days. And this is where things get really weird, because I find out that this guy is actually her boyfriend. Yup, her actual long-term boyfriend of 2 years. Well, it tells me that Kay is fine, and that she looked terrible because she's shooting a short horror movie for a community college course she's taking, one in which he's playing some kind of victim. By that time, I'm just stunned at how manipulative Kay is capable of being. She is willing to take a shot at ruining my career because I won't give her any attention. And she's actually unavailable. I'm so angry that I just think screw it and tell her boyfriend about everything she's doing. He legit knew nothing of all the harassment and confessions of love. Actually thanks me and tells me he'll be confronting her about it soon as she's home from college. I still have her blocked, but I figure I can check in with her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend. So how the whole thing went down. Look at this. Next time I talk to the guy, he's in the hospital. Apparently what I told him caused an argument that ended their relationship. Only the next morning, as they're leaving for work, she drives over him in her car. He rode a bike to work in the morning, whereas she drove, and this psycho decides she'd rather kill him than let him go. Guy got his hip and femur crushed and was seriously lucky not to lose his life. Pays arrest, and a couple of days later, the boyfriend passes information on to the media that she had been taken to a psychiatric hospital after a complete and utter mental breakdown. I told the guy how sorry I was, wished him all the best, and honestly, that's the last time we spoke. An insane story, all true, all that trauma, all that fear and suffering and worry because of someone I never even flirted with, even befriended outside of the game, barely even knew what she looked like or even cared. I just enjoyed playing games. That made me realize how crazy and delusional some people in the world are, and how someone online can completely destroy your life. Fortunately, I don't think my wife ever told her divorce lawyer about the messages Kay sent her. In the year after the fact, I get to see my daughter more often than some other divorced dads do, which is, thank God, a huge win for me. But despite all my efforts, I can't seem to quite get Kay out of my head. I'm slow to get back into the dating game, and it's honestly because I'm terrified that I'll meet another girl like her, because I might not survive another girl who's possessive, manipulative, or downright evil as K9 either physically or emotionally. You know that one guy who always gets the girl no matter how out of reach she might be? I'm him. Being born with good looks has always proven beneficial to me. There hadn't been a Valentine's Day gone by since I was 14 that I spent alone. But what happened in high school made me cautious about dating. It was the final year of high school, and I was bored of the girl I had been dating for the past month. As Valentine's Day approached, I decided to spend the day with this new girl, Natalie, who had been sending me signals for the few days. Initially, I didn't plan on reciprocating her feelings, but the more I watched her, the more pull I felt toward her. I had to know what it was about her that made me so curious. After telling Bernie I couldn't see her anymore, I finally decided to date Natalie. However, I had heard from my friends that she had never dated before, which made me wonder how could it be possible for such a pretty girl to stay single till now. 3 days before Valentine's Day, there was a party at my friend Zen's place. I knew she would be coming there because some of his girlfriends were friends with Natalie. Upon arriving at the party, the first person in my sight of view was her. She was dressed in this slick, backless teal dress, which her luscious raven hair was complementing. I had never felt such attraction to any girl as I was feeling to her at that moment. I knew I had to ask her to be my Valentine that day, no matter what, so I began walking in her direction. However, before I could reach her, Justin, a sophomore from my school, approached her. He grabbed her hand and spun her around before she erupted in infectious laughter as he whispered something into her ear. Since my end goal was only to date her a few times before dumping her, I couldn't understand why I was so jealous that another dude was close to her. That was when another girl approached Justin and kissed him. I remembered seeing them together a few times on campus, so my guess was she was his girlfriend, which somehow made me feel relieved. I wanted to ask her out before any other guy butted in and swept her away, so I started searching for an opening where I could talk to her. But as I observed her, I realized she wasn't giving me signals. She was this way with everyone, and my dumbass misunderstood her. Even then, I was confident she would say yes, and when I noticed her leaving the crowd and heading toward the empty lobby, I started following her. She entered an empty room, and as she was about to close the door, I blocked it and got inside before locking it after me. Her surprised and panicked reaction felt charming for some reason, and I couldn't help myself. I pulled her to my chest and embraced her tightly. Her scent enveloped my senses. However, she pushed me with all her might and asked what I was doing. For some reason, I felt she was going to scream, so I quickly pushed her to the wall and put a hand over her mouth. She struggled to get away from my grip, but I was stronger and towered over her tiny physique. Being closer to her made me lose all of my senses and reason. I couldn't help trailing my fingers across her soft skin. The panic in her eyes shifted to sheer terror, making her resemble a prey who was about to be devoured by the predator. For some strange reason, I was enjoying it. I swept an arm under her legs and lifted her, my other hand grabbing her waist. She almost let out a yell as I threw her on the bed before pouncing on her and shutting her mouth. With each graze of her skin, shivers sparked in me, and I instinctively moved even closer, only an inch distance between us. She struggled, kicked, punched with all her might, but I felt none of them. Instead, I enjoyed touching her. As my tongue was about to delve inside her mouth, I felt a stinging pain in my back. Puzzled, I looked at her, whose eyes looked no more frightened. I noticed her hair, which was tied in a bun, now open. That was when I felt another stab, and the unbearable pain made me lose my grip on her. As she pushed me off of her and slipped away, I noticed her clenching a hair stick laced with blood, probably mine. Only then did I realize she had stabbed me with it. How did I not see her wearing that? As I wondered that, a cloud of black smoke started to spread across my senses, and the last thing I saw before blacking out was her escaping the room. I opened my eyes to a white ceiling whose color was fading away. Unable to comprehend what had happened, I continued staring at the roof in a daze. The concerned voices of Zen and a few other people I saw at the party caught my attention. They asked what had happened and who did this to me, but I was unable to respond. I couldn't think of what I should tell them. It wasn't like I could say the girl I thought wanted me, not only was she not interested in me, but I forced myself on her and got stabbed in the process. It was the first time I didn't get the girl I wanted, and also was badly injured by her. I was trying to think of what to do. I saw her standing at the end of the crowd and I heard someone say, "If it wasn't for Natalie, you could have bled to death. Thank God she found you when she did." As I stared at her, turning around and disappearing, I couldn't help but think, perhaps it was wrong of me to do what I did to her. And maybe, just maybe, if I took a different approach, I could have gotten the girl this time too.
I was a young child at the time, but I wasn't the only person in my house to have an odd experience. I mentioned this previously on this subreddit when discussing what kind of demon this was, and someone recommended a book, which I bought, but to no avail, as it didn't have any type of spirit or demon matching this disgusting figure. So yeah, I've given up that search. I'm unsure of my age in this, as I was so young, 3 or 4 at a guess, but these memories still stick with my family and I. I have a very vivid memory of looking outside. It was sunny, but the sky soon became a greenish-yellow haze. The best way to explain this color is like the colors of highly radiated areas in Fallout NV and Fallout 3, a sickly baby dooky green. I sat there curious as to why the color had changed, and didn't mind until I felt unsettled, vulnerable and exposed. I ducked below the window and cried until my eldest sister, we call her Anne, came in to ask me what was wrong. I just told her the sky was scary. She sighed, telling me everything was okay before embracing me. Little did I know the odd experience I witnessed was only a splinter of the activity that came from that house. Anne, my mum, my dad and my brother have very vivid experiences, though only my mum and sister will speak of their events. I'll start with my sisters, as I vaguely remember the incident. We were all in our room that my 2 sisters and I shared. Being like all kids, we were playing and having minor arguments, when Anne suddenly exclaimed for us all to hide. Confused, I obeyed as a sudden urge to just disappear from the odd tension arose. She later told me that when she looked out the window, she saw a grotesque figure approaching. She could tell there was a negative energy around it, and demanded for us to hide as she feared what would happen if it saw us. As she peered from her hiding place, she saw a large golden frog-like eye covering most of the window. Its odd scaly grey-green flesh oozing. It blinked before looking right at her. She said she just felt dread as it smiled, bearing jagged, rotten teeth, and within seconds it was gone. My mum had had a similar experience as Anne. She was outside gardening while we were all indoors, when she had a sudden urge to look up from the garden to see a bipedal frog-like grotesque creature approaching the house from the backyard. My mother is a pretty religious person, and as the creature approached, she started to pray, louder and louder, as the creature came closer. She finished up the Our Father prayer with a strong Amen, and claimed to witness what she called a large bright hand reach down from the sky and hold the creature at bay. Eventually both vanished into thin air, and after that, she also felt a weight on her chest at night, and would hear strange noises from the master bedroom, as well as weird scratches appearing on us kids. The house was unsettling. Now around this time, my stepbrother, we'll call him Arthur, had passed away in a car accident. Arthur was a troubled teen, suffering a lot of abuse from my dad's disturbed ex-wife. He crashed into a tree across from a farm, and the farmer claimed he heard the crash at about 1 a.m. and figured he would check in the morning. At 6 a.m. he saw the accident, ran over only to head back inside to call 911. Arthur was still warm, and it was assumed he'd died maybe 30 minutes before the farmer had decided to check. This wasn't the weird part, though. During this time, a priest that my family was good friends with was visited by Arthur at about 3 a.m. that morning. Arthur woke him up and sat down in a chair in his bedroom, to where he confessed his sins and told the priest things about the home that he would have no idea about, like the back door being tampered with while Arthur was kicked out of the house only 3 days prior to the accident. Arthur was trying to break in to hurt my brother, but couldn't get in, and my mum and dad knew what happened right away and fixed the door. That morning, after the police had called my family, the priest called and asked if Arthur was home. He had come to him during the night to confess his sins and apologize for everything he had done. Most importantly, breaking the back door. My mum wept and told him that my stepbrother had just passed in a car accident, and this shook up my family. The priest was a good family friend, but not close enough to know all about the things Arthur had done. Also considering Arthur hadn't been to church in 2 years. A year later, my family had called the priest to help perform an exorcism on the home. He said when he walked in, he instantly felt dread, and my parents believed that home was a portal to hell. There is no way to explain the odd things that happened around that place. We moved out, selling our portal hell home to that priest when he retired, and he took it on as a challenge. I've never had an experience with odd forces again, until I was a freshman at college. And you can doubt me, but I still have a lingering memory of that place and always feeling scared. The original house was way worse, apparently, before my parents had it torn down and a new one stood on the property. And that new house was the one that I grew up in. This happened to me a few years ago when I was 16 years old. I'm a petite person, and I've always looked younger than I actually am, even as an adult. People think I'm a teenager. When I was 16, my mum and I travelled to my home country for the holidays. We were so happy because we were only able to afford a plane ticket once every 2 years, and as time went by and we missed out on stuff going in our families' lives, this time my aunt, my mum's sister, and let's call her Sylvia, was pregnant with her first child. My mum and I didn't know Sylvia's new husband's family, so we were introduced to my aunt's husband, James, who was 38, his brother, let's call him Michael, who was 44, and his wife, who was 9 months pregnant. We quickly welcomed them into our family, because they were so nice and friendly, and we felt like we'd known them for years. One day, late after a party at my aunt's house, I was told someone would take me to sleep over at my grandma's house. My grandma lives all the way across town, and I'm the only one who was related to her. People were drunk and sleepy, and no one could give me a lift, so Michael offered to take me there on his motorcycle. My aunt said something like, "Thanks, you're a lifesaver," and I didn't think anything of it. I probably told myself that, okay, well I guess my new uncle is taking me there. I had to climb on the motorcycle since I am so small, and my aunt waved us goodbye at the door. We left and he asked me to put my arms around his waist so I wouldn't fall. I remember it was a cold night, and he said, "If you're cold, you can hug me tight," which I thought was a bit weird. And after about 15 minutes, I noticed that he was taking a detour that went in the opposite direction. I didn't say anything because I thought he had a reason for this. But then we arrived at a big park which was very dark, and there were only about 4 people that I could see in the distance. He pulled up under a tree so it was even darker, but we didn't get off the bike. He then turned around and started putting his hand on my cheek and my hair. At this point, I was so confused and scared I felt paralyzed, and realized that this man wasn't actually family. He's just some strange grown-up man. He said, "You're so pretty. I didn't think you were so pretty in real life." I was so nervous. I think I started to smile out of anxiety and fear, which I do when I'm uncomfortable, and I said, "What?" He then leaned in, got close to my ear and said, "You want to go to a hotel nearby? We don't have to spend the night, and I'll take you home right after." Now I don't know why, but all I could think of was his 9-month pregnant wife, and I said, "No, I want to go to my grandma's house," still with a smile as I didn't want to make him angry. He insisted so many times and I said no every time. He was so creepy. I thought he was going to ignore my request when he finally gave up and took me to my grandma's. I immediately jumped off the motorcycle and ran inside, and he took off before my grandma opened the door. I told my aunt about this, and I don't know if she even believed me or just dismissed my story, so I never told anyone else ever again. Up until I was 18, he would message me on Facebook from time to time, saying how pretty I was that night. It was so weird, because I could see him posting about his new daughter and his wife. I can't help think that he thought I was younger and he could convince me more easily.
This happened a few years ago, and sometimes I still have nightmares about not getting away. Let me start off by saying that I live in a pretty big city, lots of bars and clubs, and I have experience with partying and drugs. I have been in blackout drunk situations, and this was not that. But I no longer go out on my own. That night, I decided to go out with some friends bar hopping. I mainly knew only one of the girls that I hung out with regularly, and the other two were more acquaintances. I was very outgoing and loved meeting people, so that was nothing new for me. We had a few drinks at a bar and continued on to the next one. We were having fun and a great time when one of the girls I didn't know well pulled out the party stuff sometime during our second bar visit. I decided to skip it because I wasn't looking to get messed up that night, but my friend said yes, and she and the third girl went to the bathroom. The second girl, let's call her Bob, kept insisting I go with the two others. I kept declining, but she got a little aggressive. After the third time I'd said no, my friend came back from the bathroom, and Bob acted like nothing had just happened. Then we met some guys who joined our group to have a flirt, and I was in a relationship, but my friend and Bob weren't. By the time the second girl had left and Bob and my friend was starting to get pretty messed up, I went to use the bathroom and texted my boyfriend that I was coming home soon, but saw that my phone was dead. When I came back to the table, the guys had given his shots. I was still pretty sober and declined the shot, but Bob shoved the shot into my hand, so to avoid a scene, I took it. I then went to tell my friend that I was heading home, but I took one look at hers and Bob's faces and I could see they were out of it. I was starting to feel pretty woozy myself at that point, so I grabbed all our stuff and started shoving them to go. The guys that bought the shots were protesting, but I wasn't getting any resistance from the girls. I hailed a cab, my phone was dead, so no Uber. And I remembered putting the girls in the back and telling the driver that we were dropping them off first, then going to my address. During the journey, I blacked out, but I remember dropping off my friend. Then I blacked out again and was alone with the driver. I was in the front seat and he was holding my hand. I looked around disoriented. I took in the sight of him holding my hand while driving, like he was my boyfriend or something. I saw my wallet in the center cup holder and the meter was off. He was telling me that he was taking me to a romantic place, but I told him no, and to please take me home as my boyfriend was waiting for me. He then said something along the lines of stop talking about him. I told you, which in hindsight indicates that I had told him already many times about him. He said he just wanted to pretend for a little and held my hand tighter. I didn't want to trigger a violent reaction, so I let my hand where it was and started to reach for my wallet with my other. He saw me let go of my hand and took my wallet from the cup holder to his other side where I couldn't reach it. I was still woozy and blacked out again. And when I came to my senses, we were parked near a very well-known romantic and touristy location in my city. Normally, this place was packed, but not that night. It's pretty far from anything else and surrounded by woods. I started to cry and begged him to please take me home because I wanted to see my boyfriend and that I would tell anyone what he was doing. He looked at me and said, "I will take you home if you pretend you are my girlfriend for a little while." I sat there in shock, wishing my brain wasn't much. I wished, in fact, that I had never gone out in the first place. I wished I could see my boyfriend for the 1000th time that night. I said okay, and he smiled, put my wallet back in the cup holder, and I took it slowly, putting it under my leg. He took my hand and looked out the front window and out into the little lake that he had brought me to. He then started talking, but I don't remember what he was saying. I was just trying not to black out again. I waited for him to look at me and asked again for him to please take me home. He said only if I let him give me a kiss. I said no. He looked mad for a fraction of a second, and then squeezed the hand was still holding. He then leaned in fast and kissed me anyway, but I kept my lips sealed tight against him, ready to fight, ready to bite and scratch and not go down easily. He let go of my hand and backed away. Then started the car, and we finally began our way back to civilization. I was crying as silently as possible, trying not to be heard, so he would forget I was there and not touch me. I waited until we were near enough people that I could bolt out of the car and find another way home. But I think he saw me grabbing my wallet from under my leg and knew my intention to jump out at the next light. He snatched it again and said he would drive me. So I nodded, as by then I didn't care about the wallet, my phone, or anything else. I just needed to jump out no matter what, as I was going to get home. I had no clue what time it was by then either. But I do know there was almost no cars out of my usual busy city, no buses and no people. But I didn't care anymore. He eventually stopped at a red light, and I unlocked the door, yanked it open, ran, and didn't look back. But I heard a car peel out of the intersection, and he was running to my phone, still dead. No wallet, so no money, and really far from the house. I was still drowsy and crying, and I had no idea of the time. I started walking then, when I heard a car pull up near me. I started running instinctively when I heard a woman's voice yell out, "Are you okay?" I stopped and turned around to the most beautiful person I have ever seen in the entire world, walking towards me slowly with her hands out in front as not to scare me. I started crying harder, being the most incoherent that I've ever been. She hugged me so hard and asked for my boyfriend's number so she could call him. He answered straight away, and she told him where I was and that I was okay, and she was bringing me home. I cried the whole way back, trying to explain what had happened, but still woozy, still freaking out. It was hard. So we drove in relative silence. When we got home, my boyfriend was waiting outside, losing his mind. My savior gave me a phone number to call her when I felt better and drove off. It was 5 a.m., and I'd left the bar at 10. That's all I can remember a week later, and my wallet showed up in my mailbox.
Around the cemetery. There was an old cemetery in a place with hills and dense woods. It was not just a resting place for the departed, but also a place full of stories and memories. This cemetery was special, holding the history of the town and the lives once lived there. When the sun set, the gravestones cast long shadows, and the cemetery seemed to wake up with a silent energy. Tom, a curious teenager who loved adventures, was often attracted to the cemetery. His friends warned him about the spooky atmosphere and stories of restless spirits, But Tom wasn't scared. He believed that the answers to the town's mysteries were hidden in the tales written on the worn tombstones. One dark afternoon, when the sky was covered with heavy clouds, Tom decided to finally explore the cemetery. As he went through the creaky gates, he felt a strange coldness in the air. Ignoring it, he walked on the narrow paths lined with old oak trees that stood like silent guards. The gravestones had the names of the town's founders, who built a life in the wild land. Tom ran his fingers over the writings, feeling the cool touch of the engraved words. Each name had a story of love, of sadness, of success, and of course, sorrow. Tom found an old mausoleum under a big willow tree. The stone walls looked old and had stories from a long time ago. Tom bravely opened the creaky door and went inside, feeling like he was stepping back in time. When Tom opened the door, a dusty smell came out, and it smelled like those old times. Inside, the dim light showed many crypts in rows. Each one had been there for a long time. Tom could feel the history in the air, connecting to the stories written on the stones. While looking around inside the dark, Tom found something surprising. A dusty old book, tucked away in a quiet corner. The cover looked old and hinted that there might be something special inside. As he carefully opened the pages, now yellow with age, he got lost in stories written by hand, telling the interesting history of Willow Creek. One story caught Tom's attention: the tale of Emily Turner, a young woman who had a sad end in the late 1800s. The writings told of a love that was not returned, a heart that was broken, and an early departure from the world. Tom was intrigued, feeling a connection to Emily's story, as if her spirit lingered in the air around him. With a newfound purpose, Tom set out to uncover the truth behind Emily Turner's early death. He talked to older town residents, searched through old records, and retraced the steps of the past. As he gathered the puzzle pieces, he found a story of love hindered by society's rules and a young woman's strength in tough times. Tom started going to the cemetery to visit Emily Turner's grave. He would sit beside it, telling stories and asking for advice. The longer he stayed, the more he felt a connection to the spirits. It seemed like the souls at rest found comfort in Tom's company, and the old stories turned into a gentle murmur that stayed with him during his journeys. One night, with the moon shining bright, Tom sat beside Emily's grave in the cemetery. A gentle glow surrounded the area, and the air seemed to shimmer with a magical light. To Tom's surprise, a see-through figure appeared. It was Emily Turner herself. Her eyes showed both sadness and gratitude as she spoke to Tom and told the story behind her death. Tom listened closely as Emily shared her memories, dreams, and the pain that kept her tied to the earthly world. In that surreal moment, a connection formed between the living and the departed, going beyond the limits of time and space. One day, as Tom sat by Emily's grave, he felt a subtle presence, and then he heard a faint voice. It was Emily's spirit. She shared with Tom the tragic story of her murder by her boyfriend. Tom, determined to seek justice, asked Emily if she knew where he could find a witness. Emily's spirit guided Tom to an old neighbor, Mrs. Johnson, who had seen the incident unfold. With newfound determination, Tom visited Mrs. Johnson and learned about the events leading to Emily's untimely death. Armed with this information, Tom decided to take the evidence to the authorities to bring Emily's boyfriend to justice and finally bring peace to her restless spirit. The last time when he met the spirit of Emily as dawn approached, Emily's figure started to fade, but not before leaving a message of hope and closure. She encouraged Tom to share her story with the world, showing that love, even when hindered by circumstances, could last beyond life. With a new sense of purpose, Tom worked to honor Emily's legacy. He wrote articles, organized community events, and shared the story of Willows Creek Cemetery with anyone willing to listen. The town, once wrapped in the shadows of forgotten stories, began to embrace its history and the spirits lingering on the cemetery's sacred grounds. As time went on, Willow Creek Cemetery changed from a place of whispers and darkness to a symbol of remembrance. People visited not because they were scared, but because they wanted to connect with the spirits that had shaped the town. The spirits, no longer burdened by untold stories, found peace as the living embraced the legacy they left behind. The small town of Willow Creek continued to thrive, and its cemetery became a living reminder of the power of stories, the strength of love, and the lasting bond between the living and departed. As the years passed, the cemetery's story became a cherished part of the town's identity. Families would come to visit their ancestors' resting places, sharing stories and laughter under the shade of old oak trees. The cemetery, once a mysterious and solitary place, now echoed with the warmth of community and the enduring spirit of those who had lived before.
After high school many years ago, I was in a bad place. My guardian had kicked me out after graduation. She didn't help me find a place to stay, so I lived in my car for a couple of months. I met some heavy metal dudes at work one day. I'd seen them around town, and all my other friends knew who they were. Everyone loved them. We became friends over a couple of months, and they offered for me to move in with them. I agreed. Looking back now, I wish I had just stayed in my car. My two main roommates were brothers, named Andrew and Seth. They were in a band. They also believed in the occult and anything of that sort. I never really believed in that stuff, but I'm not one to tell someone what they should believe. They had let me live with them rent-free for several months, so who was I to complain? Being the only female in a house full of young men, I was always looking over my shoulder. You never know who you can trust. And turns out, I was right to worry. Over time, their friends started to stay with us for longer periods of time, sometimes weeks. Their friends were another group of brothers that they had gone to school with. There were 5 brothers in total, but only 2 stayed with us consistently. The younger brother, Mark, was very polite. He cleaned up after himself and always helped with the household chores. The other brother, Adam, had a laundry list of mental problems. He'd apparently done some bad drugs back in the day, and it had developed into what seemed like psychosis of the religious sort. He had done time in prison for assaulting a woman with a Bible. He would often look you in the eyes and tell you he could see how you would die. Once, he told me that I was possessed by a demon and I needed my soul cleansed. Everyone in the house knew he had these problems, but he was their friend. They helped him through the hard times and gave him a place to stay. Otherwise, he would be on the streets. I was always on guard around him after the things he told me. No one else seemed to be as concerned as I was. They should have been. One day, I was sleeping and my phone rang. It was my boss. He asked if I could come into work an hour early. It was only 12 p.m., I was broke and had nothing better to do, so I said yes. I got up and began getting ready to leave. I walked out into the living room to see Mark and Andrew sitting on the couch, while Adam sat on the floor by the TV. He was watching scripture videos on YouTube, some real end-of-days stuff. That was fairly common, so I went about my business. I said goodbye and left for work. My shift at work was almost complete when the phone rang. My boss answered, handed the phone to me and said, "It's for you." I was just a cashier, so I assumed it was a friend that couldn't reach me on my phone. I answered the phone and heard a man's voice that I didn't recognize. "Hi, this is Detective Williams. Something happened at your apartment today, and we need you to come into the station to talk to you about it." I left work immediately. I had assumed one of the brothers had been arrested for drug dealing or something. I was very wrong. I got to the station and was buzzed in. An officer escorted me to a small, cold room with a camera. He gave me a bottle of water and left me by myself for about 30 minutes. My mind was racing, thinking about what could have happened. He came back in and informed me that Adam had stabbed and killed Andrew at around 1 p.m. I was shocked. I had just left the house an hour before it happened and everything seemed fine. I asked if there had been a fight. The detective informed me that there hadn't been a fight, and it seemed to have happened out of nowhere. I gave my statement to the police and left with nowhere to go, still in shock and confused out of my mind. Our apartment was a crime scene, so I went to another friend's house to watch the news report, since the police wouldn't give me any information on the case. Over the next couple of days, the information began to be released. Adam hadn't just stabbed Andrew once, not twice, but he had stabbed him over and over and nearly decapitated him. After the murder, he ran down the road still holding the murder weapon. He called 911 and informed them what he had done. I watched the news report in horror. We had known he was unstable, but this? He had fully confessed to the brutal murder and provided police with his notebooks. He had apparently been planning to murder all of his brothers, my roommates, and me. He thought we were possessed by demons, and this was the only way to free us. Luckily, none of his other intended victims were there that day. Mark unfortunately witnessed the murder, but he luckily escaped. If I hadn't gotten that call from my boss, I wouldn't be alive today.
I used to love Valentine's Day. I used to love all the cutesy displays and Valentine's-themed stock items we put out in the Walmart I worked at. And I used to love picking out something special for my boyfriend after planning a little date night with him. But we're not together anymore, and I'm not much of a romantic these days either. In fact, I dread February 14 coming around each year, because it reminds me of one of the single worst moments in my entire life. So like I said, I worked at Walmart when this all happened, and it actually happened in the store too. I loved the decorating and checking out the romantic stocks that we gotten in that year, but I usually tried to get Valentine's Day off, or if I was working at Tide, trade shifts with a coworker. With this one year, I can't get off, and no one would trade with me, and so I was stuck working 8 till 5 on Valentine's Day, but it's no big loss. I can wait for my presents, and me and my boyfriend arranged to do something after work anyway, so I took it on the chin. Written after I finished my lunch break, I happened to be walking by one of the Valentine's Day displays when I see this older guy staring at some of the items. I thought it was the cutest thing ever. This sweet older gentleman looking to pick his wife up something romantic. Or maybe he had his eye on someone in the nursing home he was at. Either way, was super adorable to me. So I saddled up to the old guy and asked him who the lucky lady is. He's all startled for a moment, again, kind of super cute, and has to compose himself before he gives me his answer. There was no one special in his life. He was just something of an old romantic, and seeing cutesy displays like ours on Valentine's Day made him long for his lost loves of his. I remember he said that. I then asked if he had his eye on anyone new, and he starts talking in a way I found kind of confusing at first. Like, I thought I may have misunderstood, maybe lost the context a little bit. After a minute of him just sort of babbling, I realize he's not making any sense at all. He keeps skipping from thought to thought, just like a stream of broken consciousness coming out of him. It was right about then that it hit me that he wasn't all there. That was about the time that I realized he wasn't that old either. I mean, all his hair was gray. He had like an old man jumper on, but he was so animated when he talked. He seemed sort of spry, like full of nervous energy. And at a push, I'd say he was in his mid-50s. But something about him just seemed off, and I was starting to think that initiating conversation hadn't been the best idea on my part. I wish him luck with who the lucky lady turns out to be, then slowly make a move to walk away. But he stops me. Not with a word. I mean, he physically stops me from walking away. He didn't grab me or anything at first. It was just his fingers that gently half-wrapped around my wrist. But it was enough to really put me on edge. And then he asked me in a way that seemed both extremely childlike and extremely sinister both at the same time. Be my Valentine. It was so surreal that initially I thought he had to be joking. Like, no sane person would ask anyone that in a serious way. Not like that anyway. So I just sort of laugh it off before apologizing and letting him know that I was seeing someone and read as I do. I try to pull my wrist out of his hand. He tightens it, wraps his entire fist around my wrist and squeezes. I just froze for a moment. In almost 2 years of working at that Walmart, I've never had so much as an issue with a customer. Maybe it's because I'm short and blonde. Maybe it's because I'm just lucky because that whole interaction went from 0 to 100 so fast, and given my total lack of experience in any kind of conflict management, I just had no idea what to do. So I froze. The guy starts turning red in the face and he continues to squeeze my wrist as hard as he could. There are veins bulging and it's his neck. He's trembling so hard. His eyes are starting to water and he is strong. Like, really freaking strong. Then what he did next haunted me for months afterwards. He gets his face right in mine, while I'm absolutely frozen in terror, and starts singing. He tried to keep his voice down, but he couldn't get the words out without his words trembling from whatever weird rage fit he was going through. After 2 lines, I just started screeching for help. But as soon as I start making any noise, one of those hands shoot up around my throat and pushes me back hard against the shelf. And then he starts squeezing. I stop being able to scream. Then one of his other hands goes somewhere else. Somewhere I really wish he hadn't put it. But when he did, I finally found the strength to really fight back. But it was over moments later. Some other customers come barreling down the aisle when he heard my scream and tackled the guy so hard that he almost floored me too. And if the guy seemed crazy before he got tackled, afterward he turned into a full-blown lunatic. He actually beat the guy who first got him down. And if it wasn't for security showing up as quick as they did, I think he might have actually gotten free. He was legitimately frothing at the mouth by the time the cops showed up. I've never seen a person look like that before. That guy was more animal than man by that point, and the fallout was huge. Walmart sent me to some trauma management thing that didn't help at all, and sent emails around to the other associates, promising they'd do better with security and stuff. But it was all just for show. I gave statements to the police too, and for a while, it looked like I'd have to go to court to testify against the guy that assaulted me. But as it turned out, he was found unfit to stand trial on. Instead of going to real prison, he ended up in some state hospital somewhere else. When it was all said and done, I just tried to get over it. It was one of the most horrific moments in my life, sure, but I refused to let it define me. And for a long while, I worked on my overall mental health, and particularly my sense of self-esteem. I thought I was good at that. I thought it was fixed. So there was no way of me anticipating what would happen when I met a friend at this 50s diner that was our favorite place to eat. We're just sitting there, conversation on hold while we eat, and the song comes on. In the old jukebox until the lyrics started, everything was fine. But then these 2 girls started singing some words that I thought I'd gotten out of my head completely. I know you belong to somebody new, but to Nines, you belong to me. I recognized it instantly from the weird little changes in pitch and the girls' voices, but it was the exact same song the guy in Walmart had sung before he grabbed me. I know I caused a bit of a scene when I got up and fast walked out of there, and my friend calling me after, but honestly didn't care. I couldn't breathe. Well, that song was my ears. I just couldn't be there. I suppose trauma is weird like that. No matter how much you think you have it under control, it's still there, bubbling away just beneath the surface. But I do work at it, and I managed to neutralize how that creepy old song made me feel too. I mean, it took a while, but I managed it. Like I said, I'm not going to let what happened define me, and I'll wear my wounds with pride. But Valentine's Day is most definitely ruined for me. It was the day when my boss asked me the most bizarre article to publish about the LGBTQ+ community, since they had always been so private and secretive about themselves. By the way, in my opinion, it was not true. I had seen them being open and oversharing about themselves, but my boss wanted to go undercover and get along with them to get the inner scoop for the article. He did not give me a clear point about what it was that I was supposed to look for. Instead, he just said, "You'll know when you find it." It was frustrating for me to work with him any longer, but since I needed the experience to get a bigger opportunity, I had no other choice. As he instructed, I downloaded Tinder and created a profile for myself. I put my sexual preference on bi and started to wait for the moment when someone gets matched with me. In the meantime, I asked my other gay and lesbian friends some questions about their lives, but whatever answer they gave me did not seem to satisfy me. It was Thursday afternoon when I got matched with a girl named Julie, who had put on her profile that she was a lesbian. As I chatted with her, she told me that she was not satisfied with her sexuality and was thinking of transitioning. I got a strong urge to talk some sense into her and explain to her that she could love her the way she is, but I couldn't because there was a huge possibility it could blow up my cover. So, I played along and tried to act as naturally as I could. She also told me that she had recently accepted herself and broke up with her boyfriend because she no longer felt attracted to him. That is when she felt she was a lesbian. It felt similar to my other gay and trans friends, so I figured not being comfortable in their skin the way we do must be something these people might have in common among themselves. Anyway, she told me she did not want to rush into a relationship so soon, and thinking of taking things slow, which was good for me because that way I could not be feeling too guilty about using her for my article. So we started as friends and continued to engage in chatting daily. I soon found out she was 19 years old and figured she might have made a rash decision by rushing into these sexual identity things. But except for feeling guilty, there was nothing else I could do. There was no way I was going to risk my job over this. You can call me selfish for this, but it was the right thing to do for myself. One evening, my boss called me to inform me that I was taking too much time, and as a result of his impatience, he was transferring the project to someone else. For some reason, I felt a heavy burden getting lifted off my chest because I was tired of deceiving Julie, and I did not want to do that anymore. Now all I needed was to come clean to her, but I did not have enough guts for it, so I simply avoided opening Tinder. 2 weeks later, I got a text from her asking me out on a date, which I agreed to because it was the perfect opportunity for me to tell her everything. We agreed to meet in a cafe in the evening, and she told me she would be wearing a green dress. When I saw the girl introducing herself to me as Julie, I couldn't help but think she looked older than the age she told me. But the way she was talking and holding up the conversation, I was sure it was the same girl I had been chatting with the past few days. She seemed nice and bubbly, so I figured I might be wrong about her age. "Hey, want to come with me to see something nice?" As we were about to say goodbye to each other, she suggested. I wanted to deny it, but I was already feeling enough guilt about not being able to tell her the truth, so I agreed. She walked me to her car and started talking about her childhood as we got in. As she was driving me to the area which seemed secluded, she started telling me how she murdered her gardener when she was 17. I started panicking and asked her to stop the car, but she turned her head to me and said, "Did you think I believed your story of being from the LGBTQ+ community? Hell, even I am not one of them. I was just looking for prey." Her face seemed so monstrous with that evil smile that it freaked me out completely. "Why are you doing this to me?" I said with my voice trembling as I kept panicking. "Oh no, honey, don't be mistaken. None of this is your fault except matching with me on Tinder. It's just that I love seeing others in pain." As she said that, she took out a gun and pointed it at my head. Guess she figured I was planning to jump off the car, so she did not hesitate once to fire the bullet and injuring my left hand. I let out a loud, painful scream, and in response, she moaned and started laughing, which was even more terrifying. I had to do something if I wanted to get myself out of this messy situation, but I could not figure out what to do. That was when my head stopped working, and I simply started wrestling her to take the gun away from her. As I was already in pain and bleeding, I wasn't going to hold out any longer, so I somehow managed to make her lose the balance of the car. As a result, we got into an accident, but she was a tough one. Even after getting injured, she was still holding up, while I was barely keeping myself conscious in the situation. As my vision faded, I heard someone rushing toward the car, and the fading voice of the girl trying to murder me. "No, sir, everything is fine. I will call an ambulance myself. You don't..." These sentences are followed by a gunshot, and everything went blank after that. When I woke up, I was in an emergency room, and a man was sitting across from me. I turned my head, only to find out that the girl was lying unconscious on the bed next to me. The man told me he was driving past us when he saw the accident, but when he went to help us, the other girl tried to kill him. As she pointed the gun at him, he acted quickly, and the bullet accidentally got fired into her stomach. Even after that, he called the ambulance on us and got us admitted to the emergency room. The police came and got my statement. I ended up telling them everything that had happened the past few days. And as I got discharged, the first thing I did was quit my job, which was the cause of my suffering. One thing I was sure of, though, was that bullet in Julie's stomach was not an accident. That guy intended to do that. After a thorough investigation, it was revealed that Julie had conditions of IED, APD, etc., which were developed at a very young age when she was being forced to live the life of a guy by her parents. She killed them and ended up in a mental hospital. But it was 6 months ago when she ran away from there and started killing people. I felt relieved that I got out of the situation when I did. Otherwise, God knows what might have happened to me. There's this app called Tinder, and a lot of my friends are trying to get on it and get laid. I was like my friends trying to make it possible for me getting laid with the app. Since I had no idea how the app thing works, I called in my friend for help. They decided to set up my account and took photographs for the profile, and then set me up good. They decided to make it one heck of an adventure for me, and said that they will set me up for a blind date with the girl. And they decided to do so in order for me to have a fun evening for once. My date was set for Monday, and I was to be dressed in red. And so I did. I left for the pizza place nearby. I was dressed sharp, and the anticipation was too much for me. It was too much. As I sat there, I saw no girl in a while coming in, and then a guy approached my table and called my name. As I got up, he shook my head, and as he did, he said his name was Morris, and he told me that I was his date for the night. I told him I was waiting for one Emily, and said that maybe it was a mistake. But then he showed me the profile of mine that was made for me by my friends, and the thing they did was made my profile on Grindr instead of Tinder, and it kinda made me much more furious than I thought. I told the man that it was my friend that set me up for it, and it was nothing but a big prank. And then Morris got really aggressive and told me that he did not come all the way to just go empty-handed. And he came close and whispered in my ear, "Least you can do is give me a hand in the bathroom." I flipped and said, "Look man, I apologize on behalf of my friends, but there's no way I'm doing anything like that." And as I said that, he came in to forcefully kiss me, and it was then that I punched him. And as I walked out, I was not really feeling good about the day and was actually pissed about my friends. An hour in from that incident, the same guy circled me around the block and then just sucker punched me from behind. And as he stood on top of me trying to unzip his pants, I pushed him, and he was accompanied by one other man who was further chasing me into an alley. And as I felt closed in, I gave up and came up with a different plan than what they had in mind. Since I had the key to the flat and knew that my friends would be coming in right at this moment from the bar, probably hammered out of their mind, I decided to plot a revenge against them, and included Morrison and his friend in the plan. And that is when I let them into the flat and showed them the way to the room. To save my ass from these two psycho horny men, I gave up the ass of my friend. It was probably morally very sadistic of me to think of, but as it turns out, my friend that I have been living in with months was closeted too, and the thought that maybe he would run out of the apartment with his pants down scared out of his mind was cut short when I heard 3 voices of pleasured moaning coming out of the room. It was the last night that I spent in that apartment, mostly because in the coming days, the complete apartment became a big gay orgy party place, and that was the last thing I wanted to be a part of. Not that I was homophobic, it was just that I couldn't stand my friend being all smug and happy about his many boyfriends. Meanwhile, he almost got me raped for who now was his platonic boyfriend.